Bruh. Oh my God.
I'm going places, can't fake it. My heart is so cold, my energy is contagious. All the pain, I can't take it. I'm staying grounded and graceful, cause I know everything that I've been through only made me count my blessings daily. Yeah, they've been acting shady, but I don't take it personal. The memory's fading, I'm enjoying the moment. I've been smelling the roses, taking time to reflect, stepping back, the truth unfolding, unfolding. close, cause I'm vibrating high. Ain't got time for your ego, these niggas quit to turn me back. Acting like the amigos, he never cared in the shows. Wasn't with you at your lows, assuming that you gonna fold. But baby, I've been growing ever since I let you go. And I've been doing better, and I know that hurts to know. Hurts to know. Only good vibes around me, and that's for sure. Only good vibes, good vibes. Good vibes, good vibes. Only need good vibes, good vibes. Good vibes, good vibes. Only need good vibes. Can't lie. Only need good vibes, good vibes. Good vibes, good vibes. You see me searching for my inner peace. I've been learning more about myself and my purpose. Truth always come to the surface. Was hurting, but I had to heal. Releasing all the pain that I always held. Been going through some changes, I'll make it still. Protecting my soul to keep it real. Only need good vibes, good vibes. Good vibes, good vibes. Only need good vibes, good vibes. Good vibes, good vibes. Only need good vibes. I can't lie. Only need good vibes, good vibes. Good vibes, good vibes.
One more time. Let's do it one more time. Hold on. Welcome, everyone.
Only need good vibes, good vibes. Good vibes, good vibes. Only need good vibes, good vibes. Good vibes, good vibes. Only need good vibes. Can't lie. Good vibes, good vibes. Good vibes, good vibes. Been waiting so patient, I'm going places, can't fake it. My heart is so cold, my energy is contagious. All the pain, I can't take it. I'm staying grounded and graceful, cause I know everything that I've been through only made me. Now my best and daily, yeah, they been acting shady, but I don't take it personal, the memories fading. I'm enjoying the moment, I've been smelling the roses, taking time to reflect, stepping back, the truth unfolding, unfolding.
It's not productive. It's kind of gross and icky. And I feel like it tells us more about them than the people they're trying to degrade. They're always trying to degrade someone.
If your intentions are not pure, I can't let you get too close, cause I'm vibrating high. Ain't got time for your ego, these niggas quit to turn me back. Acting like the amigos, he never cared in the shows. Wasn't with you at your lows, assuming that you gonna fold. But baby, I've been growing ever since I let you go. And I've been doing better, and I know that hurts to know. Hurts to know. Only good vibes around me, and that's for sure.
Sympathizing fucking terrorist.
Good vibes, good vibes. Only need good vibes, good vibes. Good vibes, good vibes. Only need good vibes. Can't lie. Only need good vibes, good vibes. Good vibes, good vibes. You see me searching for my inner peace. I've been learning more about myself and my purpose. Truth always
It's not
come to the
productive.
surface.
It's kind of gross and icky.
But I had to
And
heal.
I feel like it tells us more about them than the people they're trying to degrade. They're always trying to degrade someone.
Protecting my soul to keep it real. Only need good vibes, good vibes.
PROF is a
Good
fucking
vibes,
terrorist.
good
A
vibes.
fucking
Only need good
pedophile,
vibes, good vibes.
sympathizing fucking terrorist.
Only need good vibes. I can't lie. Only need good vibes, good vibes. Good vibes, good vibes.
It was our job to help law enforcement.
All right. Thanks everybody for putting up with that. And welcome in. And hopefully that got your mood right. Okay, welcome on in. Tonight's Friday. It's November 21st already. Can you believe it? Close to Thanksgiving for those of you who do the Thanksgiving family thing. And I want to welcome everyone in. Who knows? And a shout out to Aya the Light for allowing us to use her beautiful song. And I do appreciate that. And wow, there's just so much going on in the world and in life and everything. And I thought tonight we're going to talk about some of that. And then we're going to wrap up our Jerry Holman and the Truth series with part number 4, which is the 4th part in our series where we've been going through this deposition, which is alarming, especially those of you who are concerned about the sex, child, and drug trafficking that seems to plague this case and likely others. And I got a couple things to share with you along the way. There's been a lot going on, and there's a lot going on with me, and I know many of you, and so I wish peace for all of you, even the most hateful ones among you. Okay, the most hateful ones among you, the haters. Self-reflection is good, so hopefully there's some of that, and you come away from it a better person, with a little more peace, a little more sanity. But anyway, I guess I'm almost forgetting to say hello to everyone before we come in and get rolling. So I'll do that, and I'll just ask everyone to behave. Okay, can we handle it? All right. So let's see. I'm going to back it up and see who we got here. All the way back, we have Critter Mama. Critter Mama, welcome in tonight. Miss Pris 25, welcome in. Snoop Sleuth, welcome in. Caden Christian 2708, welcome. Deb 731. Lazarus Corbeau, Deb 731. Who's your daddy? Lisa. Heavy Metal Rehab. Jotun Yeager. Who's your daddy 11? Did I say that already? I don't know. I'll welcome you twice. Who's there? It's good to see you. Rotting Jules, welcome in. Happy Friday to everyone. Let's see. Siren Cindy. Pinky in the Brain. Dina 6079. Dom S. Hey, why is it showing everyone's handle and not their username? What's up with that tonight? Okay, so TFLTWD, Kelly Lou Brown, Oleg Cat, Jamie Boyd, Carla Ann, Dennis McKean, Heavy Metal Rehab, I'll say hi again. Snoop Sleuth, Christina. Who else we got in here? Brenda Mays, welcome. Chronic Cherry. Who else we got here? Well, hell, I can't make it through all of these handles. Becky B33. having a little difficulty interpreting these names, but we got a K Special. David Rogers, welcome, sir. Miss B 9196, Goddess. Okay. 26 Dead Zombies, dude. Nicole Watt. Okay, who else have I missed? Well, if I miss you, apologies and welcome to Criminal Network. What's up? Greetings. Good to see you. Tammy Martin. All right, so looks like we got most people. If I missed you, apologize. Let me know I missed you, and I'll be glad to say hi to you personally. So yeah. Woo, well, where do we start? I'm doing good, 26 Dead Zombies. Thanks for asking. Oh, your dog died a few weeks ago, adopting a greyhound. Well, I'm sorry to hear that, and I'm also glad to hear that. So good luck with the greyhound. Yeah, it's difficult interpreting these handles for the most part, but it's okay. And anyway, it's a Friday night, so thank God it's Friday. And like I said, it's a good old approach to Thanksgiving week. Okay, now it's pretty interesting because I don't know, I follow the markets, and they're absolutely tanking right now. Everything is down. But sometimes I like the analogy, I guess. It's a useful analogy because sometimes when things are down is your greatest opportunity. And I think Warren Buffett has this turn of phrase where he says, when people get scared, he gets greedy. And when people get greedy, he gets scared. And when you're dealing with one of the most successful investment strategists of past century, it's good advice. And so I would flip that into this community and say, when things are down, there's somewhat of an opportunity. So for instance, for me as an investor, this is when you buy. When things have absolutely bottomed, which I don't think they've bottomed yet. I think we're near a bottom. But when we're near a bottom, is a golden opportunity to take hold of things and transform them. And that can be likened to alchemy. When you say transmutation is the key to the process, where you take something that is base and you transmute it into something that is precious. And I think that is a great way to look at all things, but especially with these downward vibes in this community. And it's going to be somewhat of the jumping off point for what I want to discuss tonight, because not only Delphi, but this whole true crime community, if we want to call it that. I mean, I don't call it that. There's no sense of community. I mean, it's plagued by disinfo agents, chaos agents, narrative control agents, and bad actors in general. But if you were to use such a term as true crime community, I would say that this true crime community is absolutely plagued with bad energy. This whole thing right now, it's very akin to what's going on in the financial markets. It's absolutely rock bottom. Now, it's interesting because I've warned and warned and warned. I've been trying for a good year to warn and say that I'm not going to keep doing this. I'm not going to keep doing this. I'm not going to keep doing this when the community and the creators fail to hold accountable those who are doing the wrong things. And I mean that. And I ask you to look around because Delphi, since we're here to discuss Delphi tonight, I'd like to discuss Delphi, or in terms of Delphi. Take a look, right? Take a look around at Delphi. For those of you who know, who've been here long enough or have observed for long enough, take a look at Delphi. Because the first thing you will see, if you know, and if you look back, Delphi is plagued with this disease whereby all the best creators and all the most truth-telling creators go away. Who's left? And you might say, oh, they go away because they're threatened. Yeah, well, that's part of it. But it's more than just the real life. Because, obviously, what they do to the best creators, the ones who tell the truth, and they have done for 7 years, 8 years now, they do go real life on them. Contacting your family members, contacting your employers, harassing you with the police, and on and on and on. You know what they do. But it's more than that. You see, because what happens is the community, quote unquote, fails to appreciate, to support, and to go to bat for the best creators. That's why every good creator leaves. So yeah, the troll farm's to blame. The Indiana locals are to blame. The chaos agents are to blame. The narrative control spinners are to blame. But you know who's else to blame? The very people who consume this content irresponsibly. And I told someone the other day, this case is gross. It's gross. The amount of yuck attached to this case is disgusting. It's like a dark cloud. It's actually more than that. I would say let me get my thoughts together here because I'm losing the words. Toxic. There you go. I would say it's toxic. And I think what a lot of people who irresponsibly consume fail to understand is that the toxicity is a quality of life issue for the creator. Because you take someone who had a good quality of life, who had the best intentions, and you saturate them with enough toxicity that their entire vibration tanks, like the stock market, right? And how many people can survive in that environment without reason eventually taking hold and the survival instinct kicking in and people saying, you know what? I'm not going to allow my life to be saturated with the ick of Delphi. And that's why you've lost every single great creator that has ever come along and told the truth as best they could about this case. And like I said, you're now on the verge of losing another one. And see, when I came into this, it's been 3 years ago. I didn't come into this for Richard Allen. I didn't come into this for YouTube clout. Came into this for two reasons. Abby and Libby. Because I thought they're not here to speak for themselves. No one seems to care about them, not even their own families. And I had been haunted for years by this thing that I won't reveal so that the bad actors can't use it to try to curse me with it. But there was something for years that spiritually impressed itself upon me over and over and over again, hundreds and hundreds of times. It would not let me go. That caused me to care about Abby and Libby, which is how I came into this in the first place. Because it was before we knew anything about Richard Allen or anything about that PCA or anything about what was going to become trial or anything about Odinism or any of the bullshit. And the deeper I got into this case, I realized there were problems. And I mean active here online. I realized that this case was plagued by people with bad intentions operating on the internet. And of course, it started with the Indiana local meth head maniacs. They're the obvious ones. I've mentioned it many times before. They come at you very obviously, very brutally, very low level. And then in time, you know, they always let you know it's about the family. This is why we're doing this to you. And then it started to transition where I realized there were occult undertones and overtones to these people. And I said, wow, they're practicing some sort of magic with a K. So they do it on that level. And then they do it in real life. You know, they come after your family and your kids and all this. And then I started to see that there were hackers involved. I said, why do we have hackers or people that are highly involved in being computer programmers and technical people people who can write code. And as it grew, I started to see, oh, there's sex extortionists, if you want to call them that. They're women. Okay, they're women. And they use the women in a similar way, okay? Because the women who got a little left to them, you know, say they're under 50, they send the women around to try to sabotage and entrap all the creators. So I thought, wow, it's something here. We got kind of younger women. I mean, if 40-year-olds are young, 30-year-olds, 40-year-olds, we got younger women who are going around the community trying to sabotage creators. We got computer programmers. Okay, so that's the women, okay? And then all the guys tend to be computer programmers, a large number of them. And like I said, then you got the local gangsters. Most of them ride motorcycles, they sling meth, they smoke it. They're like the street team for the state police, I would assume. So we're out here and we're trying our best to do all we can, as complex as this is, to first understand it. Remember when the defense for Richard Allen got on the case and I said, there's absolutely no way that in 2 years they'll ever be able to understand this case, because it's going to take 4 just to wrap your mind around all of the information, because this is an information dense case. And I said it. I said that. And sure enough, like, obviously, the defense's heads were so far up their asses, they were actually back out of their heads again. Yeah, they were pretzeled because they had absolutely no clue what the fuck was going on. Pardon the language. I'm trying not to. But that being said, it takes you some time to be able to just basically understand the basics of the case, because you have to weed through all of the disinformation, all of the lies, all of the pointless stuff, right? So just to get your bearings in this case, years, because you have to go through it all. Remember, no one can tell you, no one can give you the shortcut. In order for you to actually understand, you've got to educate yourself. You have to go out there and you have to educate yourself. You have to go through the process. You have to consume all that disinformation, and you have to figure out that it is, and then you have to cast it aside. And you have to hear everyone's perspective, and you have to see who was full of it and who was not. You have to go through all of those first 5 years of screenshots before Richard Allen's arrest and remember all the community was saying. You have to weed through all of that. So it's a time-intensive undertaking to get into this case and to go through the education process of this case of going through you have to get into the weeds and go through those weeds. And it's a labyrinthian process, and you'll end up on a lot of dead ends. You'll circle back onto yourself, and then you'll come out on one side and go back in on the other, and you'll hear from all of these people who will get in your ear, and all of these people try to get in your ear and implant these things to lead you astray, because that's why they're here. And you would never think it. You would never fucking pardon. See, I can't control the language, but you would never think it. You would never think that people are here solely to lead you astray. And the more accurate you are and the closer you get to what's important, the more of them will surround you. And that's been the difficulty, because, you have to go out there and get all those thousands of screenshots of the entire Delphi community in the early years confessing to this crime in different ways and telling what they knew. And then you have to go through the information and figure out, make heads or tails of it or whatever. And so in that way, I can understand that so there's excitement. Okay, so what I'm trying to convey, I can understand that there's sort of a challenge here, because this is interactive. And a lot of people have come to this in order to engage, because they get this dopamine hit every time they get a new screenshot, every time they make a new connection, every time they find a new truck driver who was driving truck in 2017, and every thread in this case, every time they pull on a new thread, or they learn of a new thing, or they hear something they hadn't heard before, there's a dopamine hit, dopamine hit, dopamine hit, dopamine hit. So you got whack jobs. You've got so many whack jobs because they become literally addicted to that process. Which leads me back to what I was saying. Because it becomes entertainment. It becomes an addiction. It becomes an adventure. They go real life on you. And they do these weird social things. They do like this thing like we'll follow PROF for 2 years, and then he'll say something we don't like, and then we'll turn on him, and then we'll make him the demon of Delphi and try to destroy him then, and go run his name all through the streets of YouTube. And no matter how hard you work as a creator, how good of a job you do, there will be some who will never see it or appreciate it or value it. Which is why I come back to this thing of you holding people accountable. For instance, how many of you have gone out and reported the videos of people going real life on us, going after our families? The people calling me a pedophile regularly here on the YouTubes. How many times have you literally gone and reported that video or those videos? When they're on Twitter, X, saying all of the vile, misleading, and just gross things. Or if you see someone presenting misinformation, there's a channel here that I call Misinformation Central. How many times have you gone to correct them on that? When you've got dingbats literally presenting to you bad information, false information, disinformation and misinformation. How many times have you gone and corrected them vocally at risk of being banned from the chat like they like to do you? And then there's the financial support, because you've got to understand the people who have dedicated their lives to this, it has consumed hours of their days for years on end. I would say probably less than 10% of my entire viewership has ever sent $1 to the Buy Me a Coffee or the Cash App. And like I said, because it's this dopamine hit, it's so common that people want to go watch everything. Because hey, if no one else is on and someone else is on, they want to go watch that. And then I've called your attention before to this concept of the three monkeys, right? There are people who don't want to see the things that are being shown to them that are true. They don't want to talk about it, and they don't want to hear it. And I call that the three monkeys: see no evil, speak no evil, hear no evil. Three monkey syndrome. And I face that. And this is what that's like, okay? This is when I come to you and I absolutely tell you the absolute truth, even when it's inconvenient, even when I know it's going to hurt me, or when I know it's going to result in people leaving my channel and people going talk about me and being mad and trying to dox. And even when I know it's to my own detriment, I'll tell the truth. And there are people who, when you do that, they do the three monkey syndrome. They will say, you need to stop saying that. You need to stop doing that. You're losing it. And I've had so many of those. So many of those. And I'm using myself as an example of what I'm talking about with this community, with the best creators. Because don't you know, if those people, when I came and told the truth and showed the truth, and I said, this is what's going on, this is what's happening, this is true, this is false, this is who's lying, this is telling the truth, this is the receipt, and da 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 da. When I've done that, I've had people come to me and say those things. Don't say that. You're losing it. You're losing. You need help. Because they didn't want to hear those truths. Now, don't you know they probably also did it to those other creators who've been run off? Because it's a pattern. So you got to think, oh, so you mean when this other one, who was a great creator, when he told the truth, he probably got the same response. And that's what I mean about a comprehensively or overall toxic environment, because people make it personal, people make it about themselves, people want to control the narrative, people want to shame people for telling them things that they don't want to hear. And hey, I'm not here to tell you what you want to hear. That's been the most funny thing, because I always say that I sit here in my little channel and I say what I want to say. And it's just so funny that people seem to have such a difficult time with it, as if they have to, as if they're, what's the movie? Clockwork Orange. People act like they're clockworked orange, like you're strapping them into a seat, and prying open their eyeballs and making them watch this. And no one has made you watch any of this. You watch if you watch, you don't if you don't. And it's interesting because I have tried my hardest to be accepting of all, I don't like getting involved in your beefs. So if you guys have beefs among each other, I don't even like getting involved in that. I just tried to do what I wanted to do, tell the truth in the way I wanted to tell it, and try to help because I figured, hey, one thing I'm good at is complexity. Like I said, I'm not going to say much about my life because the whack jobs like to target when you give them anything new about yourself. So unfortunately, I learned my lesson in the early year or two, in the early years, that you don't tell them anything about you, your past, your life, or your health concerns, or your relationships. You don't tell them anything at all personal, because if you do, and if it's something new, well, they're going to add that to the stack of weapons to hurl back at you. So, sort of in a catch-22 that I can't even make analogies, but I'm very, very, very good at putting together novel solutions for complex problems. And some of you might know what that means in terms of my history, and some of you won't. But I'll tell you this. One thing I know about myself, I am extremely good at coming with novel solutions to complex problems through intuition and deduction and logic. In other words, the answer becomes what it must be. And Delphi is that complex that it takes someone like that. So I thought I could contribute to this community and to this truth telling of this case using that skill. And it really has not been appreciated much. Even this year, you'll remember back to the cranks. Now remember, the cranks absolutely lied to you about their involvement with releasing the Bridge Guy video, which appears to be a falsehood. Okay, that video has zero hallmarks of authenticity, right? Of legitimacy. But those cranks presented it to the world in lieu of the court doing so. And then they lied to each and every one of you and to their own followers and to the entire Delphi community. And I ensured that I came out and I told you the truth because I felt it was worth the truth being told, because that was an important thing to tell the truth about. Like think about this. You're talking about the Delphi murders, right? Don't you think that the Bridge Guy video, which no one had seen that until March 12th of this year. Don't you think that that would be the most important thing to tell the truth about of anything in this case? They didn't tell you the truth. I came and I told the truth because I felt it was something important to tell the truth about. Of course, they hated that. And they reluctantly somewhat acknowledged some involvement in it, still not telling the full story. Those cranks have still not given you the whole story about that video. You got half answers to very serious questions about that. And they got away with it because they're still out here pretending to be about the truth about the Delphi murders, but really all they want to talk about is Rick Allen. That's their only cause. Oh, and politics. Okay, so yeah, they want you to follow their politics, and they want you to say free Rick Allen, and that's the only thing that's. Sorry, my nose is running a bit. Just a moment. Yeah, thank you. But, you know, this is an example that I'm giving you. And you saw what ensued as a result of that, right? You saw what ensued. What ensued was more than 6 months of absolute chaos because they were upset that I exposed the truth. And then they lied about trying to wrestle away control of Rick Allen from his wife, Kathy Allen. They lied about that. They absolutely wanted to do that, and they lied about it. And I also told the truth about that. Question: have you ever heard Kathy Allen issue a statement out here? Okay, here's a litmus test. Look out here for the statements that she issued that backed me up. And then look out there and see if there are any statements that she issued that countered what I was saying. Enough said. And then they lied about the money. And then not only that, then they started going after Adrian, Christina, who else? Oh, Lil, Amy G with Daisy Ask channel. Now, question. Why would they feel it necessary to go after Amy G, Christina, and Adrian? What would be the point of that? But it's a toxic stew, you see. In this case, I mean, I hate to say it, and it truly grieves me to say it. But the truth is, there's zero incentive to do this. Or I should say, there's zero incentive to keep doing it. Because all that's come from it is stress, hate, yuck. And what has it done for Abby and Libby? You know? What has it done for Abby and Libby? This is a genuine question. Do you think those girls being bubbly young girls that they appeared to have been, do you think that they would be happy with this being the result of people responding to their deaths? Do you think that they would be happy with this level of toxicity, hate, death threats? I have a hard time seeing it because when I look at videos and photos of them, they appear to be like your typical bubbly teenager. Pretty sure they think it's absolutely gross that this is what it's come to. And, you know, somewhat in the vein of what Christina, Adrian, myself, and others have said, is the effect of all of this in this public dialogue is basically no different than the effect of what the colluders or the corrupt people in Indiana have done. So if you look, okay, first we have to make a baseline agreement here. Number one, we have to agree that Rick Allen was wrongfully convicted and railroaded, period. If you don't agree with that, you shouldn't be here in the first place. Okay, sorry, no, still running, just. Okay. The point being made that the effect of all of this toxicity is no different than what the state has done to those victims, Abby and Libby, in the wrongful conviction and railroading of Richard Allen. It's a total disrespect to their memory. It's a disservice to the community. It's an absolute travesty and miscarriage of justice. And it's basically, it's like going desecrate the graves of those two girls. And that's what the state of Indiana has done in this wrongful conviction and railroading of Richard Allen. And that's what these toxic people have done on this internet in the online dialogue or discussion of their murders. And how do you feel about that? How do you feel that every single good-hearted person who stepped foot into this arena has left because of how disgusting it is? The list is a long one. And it's really sad. Because people come here with good intentions and they try their hardest. They have good hearts. And they just can't take it anymore. So they go. Because it ruins lives. You've all seen that for yourself. So this is what I mean, that there will be changes. At the most basic level, I mean, this is not worth doing anymore in this way. And I've been thinking about how what I'd prefer to do is probably other things. But I do think about this. Since everyone seems to be really butthurt about the Discord that I shut down, I said, hey, I have an idea. I'm going to reopen that Discord. Yeah? I'm going to reopen that Discord, but not to anyone who was ever in there before. No, not for you guys. No. I'm going to reopen that Discord for new people to go in and see it and then to build from there. I see we have a chaos agent. You see what I mean here, though? um, I do like the Substack. So that's going to still keep going. And despite what you may think, it's just been a long time in the making, this next project that I'm doing there, but that's going to be forthcoming. It's just about done. So Substack is a thing. Discord is a thing. And I don't know. YouTube, I feel like it's like this. You don't know what you have until it's gone. And so I would say enjoy it while it lasts. And there's no point in being here in YouTube much longer. There's no reward. There's only heartache. It's not accomplishing anything because whether you like it or not, Richard Allen has been railroaded. He's got a legal process underway. Who knows what's going to happen as a result of that legal process? Who knows how trustworthy that entire process is? I mean, do you really trust the appeals attorneys? I mean, we know this, okay? Side note, this case is also plagued by lawyers. There are lawyers who you don't even know are operating in this case behind the scenes, who we've identified. Do you know that? There are so many lawyers interfering in this case for the wrong reasons. Promise, there are lawyers you've never heard the names of, but you will. That's one of my promises to you. So you got lawyers having their hands in this anonymously? The hidden hands? And like I said, how much do you really trust the appellate attorneys? And let's just say we do trust him. Let's say he's granted another trial. How much do you trust that his next trial won't be as fixed as this past one? Come on, you're all smart out there. None of you are stupid. Well, some of the hate watchers. But I mean, those of you with common sense, right? Think about this. How likely do you think it is that the next trial he gets is going to be a fair trial without a finger on the balance? Listen, man, we know this trial last year was fixed. Okay. How do you know it was fixed? Well, first of all, it was insured. You know, first of all, defense rested early, prematurely, didn't they? That was kind of odd. Right. The judge didn't allow in any discussion of evidence that was potentially exculpatory and highly concerning, some of which we're going to discuss tonight when we get into the presentation. Prosecutor was colluding with YouTubers out here to sabotage. You had Reese Davis, who was sending very vital information this trial was fixed, okay? Then you had a jury from the same county as the judge that is hard to believe was not compromised. Because just think about this. How do you have such intelligent, penetrating questions from the jury? Okay, point one. But yet, the jury come back with a unanimous guilty verdict beyond a reasonable doubt that Rick Allen was guilty. The jury was fixed. Secondly, think about this. How do you ever have a jury that after multiple days of deliberation, it's down to 3 or 4 not guilty, the rest guilty? How do those 3 or 4, how do they, if they truly believe he's not guilty and reasonable doubt has not been surpassed, how in the world do you ever get to a point where those 4 jurors who are saying not guilty after days of deliberation, how do they suddenly just flip and say, oh yeah, he's guilty? Okay, defense was compromised. The prosecutors were compromised. The YouTubers were compromised. And the jurors were compromised. It's a fixed trial. How confident are you that the next one won't be fixed if the appeals team is even worth their salt and make it happen? Now, I'm not trying to spread pessimism here because I'm not a pessimist. I'm an optimist by nature. But I'm a realist. Realistically, how likely do you think it is that even if the appellate attorneys are not compromised, that the next trial won't be? This is looking bad. And this is what I mean by, is it worth being out here ruining your quality of life, ruining your life, ruining your peace of mind, your sanity? Is that worth any of this when we know that next trial is going to be fixed? And what effect is that sacrifice going to have? I told someone earlier today, when I came into this, you might remember that I first called my show Let's Talk Delphi. Who remembers it? You guys should know that. I called my show Let's Talk Delphi. Well, there's a reason I did that. Because I started this for one purpose only, for an open dialogue about Delphi, where I thought we could come here on the internet and we could have an open dialogue with the chat and the viewers, the channel members. We could have an open dialogue because I truly do feel that dialogue is a beneficial thing. I truly adhere to that as a philosophy. There's nothing wrong with dialogue, even when you differ with people. Dialogue is a constructive concept. Without dialogue, what we turn to monsters, to savages, to brutal warfare. And let's see, if I rewind, okay, my open dialogue lasted 19 episodes. As long as I was talking about the level of the water in the creek, and I was talking about the exit strategy for Bridge Guy, and I was talking about, well, the photoshopping of the Abbey on the bridge, and I was talking about this and that, and I was talking about all the things that people like to nitpick and obsess over with the Delphi murders, and I was talking about Kyle Smith and this and this, and that was open dialogue, right? With show number 19, I said, Becky, Kelsey, you haven't told enough of the truth. You need to tell more of the story and tell more of the truth, everything you know. That was show number 19. And that's when open dialogue stopped and warfare began. And the whole objective was to run me off of this channel. Now, imagine yourself in my shoes. Imagine you came here to have an open dialogue about this case in the public sphere where it should be allowed to be had. Remember, every person tied into this crime and this family is considered a limited purpose public figure, open to scrutiny and public dialogue. We should be able to be out here and have that open dialogue. Yet, the moment I said those two names, that was shut down, and the intent was to destroy my life. Now, what do you think about that? As a matter of fact, it hasn't stopped. Let me pull up a thing or two. Let's see if I can do this. I'm sorry, this is on the fly, but I'll see if I can pull up a couple things. Let's see. Remember this? Dear pedophile, yesterday I am being informed you went in on a lady named Madeline. After chuckling who you think you were laughing at, we decided pedophiles like yourself, your son, and your two brothers need to be exposed. I have a lot of content regarding you. Get ready for your copyright claims as I will be digging deep into your life and your content. I'm about to start exposing your followers too. The person who wrote that comment as well was you. See, Prof, I have you right here. Keep mentioning Delphi and the Patty family the way you did. And I'm going to reach out to some friends, and the next live will be your end. Allow me to introduce myself and my friends on YouTube. We are people who take down true crime grifters. You stated yesterday how much time you put into preparing your lives. Takes me minutes to an hour, and I actually have content. Don't worry. It will all be over soon with your psychotic laugh. I'd say you're on the verge of a breakdown. May the devil be burning your murdered brother, the dirty knots. Highlighted portion. Keep mentioning Delphi and the Patty family. Patty family. Okay. Well, I got another one. Hold on. Let me grab it. Let me get it. Here's one from the Madeline he was referencing. And hey, this is just from less than a week ago. Listen to this one. This is Madeline. Wouldn't a true hater be someone who slanders and harasses the grandparents of a murdered child? It follows that the people who call you out on such disgusting antisocial behavior would be, I don't know, rational adults. Someone who slanders and harasses the grandparents of a murdered child. That would be the Patties. So why is it always the Patties that are at the center of this? Surely you remember the Chomo stating that there were multiple hits on Richard Allen and that Becky Patty said, "Oh no, I don't want him killed just yet. I want him to suffer a little." Maybe I have to show that one too, just to remind you that I'm not lying. Let's see if I find that one. Whoops. Wrong one. Hold on. I'll read it to you. Let's read it. It says this. I told Becky about Noe making claims that I did alive and said that Becky had hired me to get Richard Allen killed. I about blew a gasket and she just started laughing, you know. And she said, "I understood what you said," but she said, "I don't want him killed just yet. I want him to suffer a little while." And I guess since I'm showing screenshots, I can show one more. Let's see. It makes no effing sense. These people, and I used to listen and donate to Prof. But when stuff started going sideways because of jealousy issues, made me realize that him and his followers literally have nothing better to do than use Rick's suffering for their own gain. One thing I've learned throughout the years is those who accuse and point fingers and scream the loudest are the ones who are really effed up. They are the ones people need to watch out for, and I'm so sick of it. I don't understand this effing nutty, oh, hey, what's her bucket at all. I literally had a whole conversation about why I don't understand her point in making the video of Ange and Sleuthie because she has take. The S out of context, literally, and her send back to me was, she is so sorry, I can't trust my people. Biatch, wow. Then she understood what I was saying and apologized, but she still can't understand she is taking what other people say out of context. Like, when did it become about the creators? They preach over there, this is the best for Rick, and everyone else is scamming or using S for clout. And Lord forbid you tell them they are wrong, R-O-N-G. It's sickening. They are twisted and effed in the head. And they are literally using, and this is all caps, this case as a way to gain followers who in themselves are lost AF and have no idea but to follow. I say F that. Stand true to you and stand for what you believe. If you don't like what people have to say, don't listen. But it's so sad they tend to pick on the ones who have literally spent all their energy trying to preserve the S the state tried to hide. All eyes, you're literally the best thing that has happened to this case, and I am grateful. Please don't waste your time and energy on those who don't deserve it. This is what you call victim blaming. What she didn't say is, hey, thanks, Prof, for telling us all the truth about what these cranks were doing since trial ended. Because, I mean, let me not fail to mention that I haven't yet told you all they were doing before trial started, which was basically leaking everything on the face of the earth. You know, they're leakers. And they've been leaking since sentencing. Leaking discovery, which is a bad thing overall. And when I called that out, of course, I was also the bad guy, because how dare I say you guys shouldn't be leaking discovery, because Rick potentially has a new trial in his future, and that discovery needs to be preserved for a new trial, not leaked out here on the YouTube streets for clicks and views and clout. But this is what I mean by the thankless task of coming and addressing this case on the internet. You get it from both sides, okay? You get it from the Patty protectors. You get it from the free Ricky Bays. Why? Even some of the most stupid, or should I say, most misinformed, misinformation spreading people who had been on this case, even they have left or corrected their behaviors so that they don't do that anymore. Think of the number of people who you don't hear much from anymore because they kind of just, even though they should be the ones more likely to put a target on my back and come after me because they still probably think Rick Allen's guilty or involved. You would think they would be the ones targeting us the most. So why is it the cranks and the troll farm? Thankless task. And like I said, the viewers, because that what you just saw there was a viewer. And like I said, the cumulative effect of all of this chaos and refusal to accept accountability and refusal to hold others accountable, the cumulative effect of all of that is no different than the state railroading Rick Allen. It's distracting. It's causing disinformation to spread. It's distracting and discrediting truth tellers. I think those are important things to keep in mind. And I do believe that this entire viewing community, that means all of you out there, you should have all held those prosecution shills accountable. 2-3 years ago, when they were threatening to kill me regularly, when they were going after my murdered brother, my living brother, and my son's family, all of you should have gone and condemned all of them. This entire community should have been condemning that hate. Same with the cranks. When I came and I showed that the cranks were lying and refusing to stand up behind their actions, you should have gone and condemned that behavior. So I'm just trying to understand the response and how, when I called out those troll farm and the shit they were doing, why was it always, Prof, don't get into the drama. Don't spread the drama. You blame me for responding to death threats and doxing. And it's the same with the cranks. Prof, you're losing it. You leave those sweet girls alone. Da, 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 da. Yeah, the sweet girls who are lying to you. Again, blame me for responding to absolute in-your-face lies and deception. And that's the problem here that I'm trying to convey to you. This community has an addiction. It's irresponsible. And it's basically treating these murders of 2 kids as entertainment, or, like I said, a dopamine hit, because it's an engaging task to kind of collect all the screenshots that have been floating around for 8 years and try to figure something out. And I honestly don't see any corrective path forward, because I don't think there's no fixing this. And as I mentioned, I'm talking about Delphi because it's what we're here to talk about tonight in the presentation, but this is beyond Delphi. This is entire genre related. This is all encompassing when it comes to true crime. True crime is plagued by the same thing: disinfo agents, chaos agents, doxing, weaponization of copyright strikes, weaponization of privacy claims, weaponization of law enforcement, weaponization of the court system. You see what I mean? That the society has to face the elephant in the room. This internet is a new thing. Okay, it's the new media. I've said before, this is your mainstream media now. This is why they're here. Okay, you have to remember, why would they be here on YouTube? This ain't MSNBC or CNN or Fox or CNBC, right? This is just YouTube, right? But no, those institutions are irrelevant now. What's relevant now is the social media. This is where the real news is told. The real info is shared. This is the news. And they know that. That's why they're here. They don't have to be at MSNBC or CNN. That's handled. They have to be here, where there's still some independent voices. And it's funny because for the past 2 years, I've noticed a pattern, which is that some of these most hateful Delphi creators, they would adhere to certain other cases that I felt were related. And it's funny because as I zoom out and I look at the whole field, I see the same, that basically all of these cases that appeared to be related to some kind of cult activity or predation, those are all your cases with the PR or the narrative control or the trolling or the hate or the chaos agents, disinfo, misinfo, fake creators, fake mods. You see? So they've got their tentacles deeply wrapped around YouTube. In all these cases, and you think of these cases that get the gravity or the momentum going, you know, think of the cases that are the ones people talk about, because that's where they are. It literally brings me to tears just about. I mean, it's just hard to not come to tears. Because why are they? You know, a lot of these are kid murders. And this is what I am saying, that people are still catching up to what I was calling out a year or two ago. And it's important that you catch up, because it's not just drama. It's not just infighting. It's not just pettiness. When I said a year ago or two, this is the case, people didn't understand it. Some still don't understand it. This topic is the topic. It's your elephant in the room. The particulars of each individual case don't matter as much, because the elephant in the room is this large contingent that's operating on social media to control the narrative around all these child murders for the most part. And you don't see it? Are you so hyper fixated on what time Betsy Blair did this or that you can't see the narrative control in Delphi? Or any other of these cases you're doing? Are you so hyper fixated on this little detail and that you can't see the bad actors in those communities? You have to be able to distinguish who are the independent operators and who are the controllers or the handlers in these chats and in these channels. And I know it's hard to do because so many of you haven't been here in the hot seat to have your survival instinct kick in to enable you to open your eyes and see it. And that's the cognitive dissonance, because until you are the target of these campaigns, it's really hard to crack your eyes open and see it, because you just want to be entertained. You just want to learn another little detail of what you didn't know before about this crime and the theory. So you're fishing for minute details that you can add to your collection of details so you might one day solve the crime. And you got creators out here telling you exactly what is going on. But until you're able to see it or get yourself in the hot seat and experience it for yourself, you won't be able to understand it, because like I said, it's an education. You have to get educated. And hopefully some of you can see for yourselves vicariously through the experiences of others. Why would you have people out here constantly screaming about this if it wasn't happening? Especially when there's been receipts. And see, in some ways, it's really analogous to what happened to Richard Allen. You know, everyone in the entire circle colluded together to take him down. And so you'll see a reflection of that in his community when you see all these various parties who appear to be separate, all working together to take down certain voices, the independent voices. And like I said, this was supposed to be a forum for a dialogue. I never cared who thought what. I just thought, as long as we're nice together, we can all get along and discuss and dialogue. You'll remember my first 100 shows. I sat here. You guys remember this guy, Frenchie 6290? Frenchie 6290 used to come in. We'd have all kind of good talks about the case before everything fell apart. You know, it was a dialogue for a while until the attacks became so all-consuming that took a front seat. And I've always said, even those 2 or 3 years ago, I said, these people are either paid or otherwise incentivized to do this on this case. And people didn't understand what I was saying back then, but I still mean it, and I still feel it. They are either paid or otherwise incentivized. What would that mean? Well, there's all kind of incentive, isn't there? There's a plethora of incentives. Depending on the person, everyone can be incentivized in different ways. But my theory still sticks. These people are either paid or they're otherwise incentivized. And that's who you see out here doing the harm. And we're tired of it. And I think if you guys truly feel that you deserve to have YouTubers covering this Delphi case, you need to make the change. There's only one of me. There's 5,000 of you. Are you happy with seeing Joe Lewis gone? or Rixnay or Julia or Clutch or Rodholt or I don't know, fill in the blank. How many creators do you have to see leave Delphi before this entire community turns the table over like Jesus in the tabernacle and says, enough? Because if it continues, all you'll be left with is the disinfo agents that are here to serve you. So I guess, I don't know. I'm saying there needs to be a call to action. There does need to be a call of action. You guys, you need to be reporting. You need to be reporting. You need to be reporting. You need to be not engaging, not watching, not participating, not discussing. Then you need to be speaking out very vocally, consciously engaged in understanding and seeing it for yourself. If you think I'm here, sitting here for 2 hours, spinning my wheels, wasting my breath, you need to open your eyes and think, why would Prof be so adamant for 3 years that this is the problem? Why would he be? Do you think this is entertainment? Life is so much more than wasting it up to your neck in a swamp of toxicity, swamp gas, troll turds, and confusion. There's no wonder that people leave, that people don't want to be here. And then you get people who you trusted turn on you, abandon you, condemn you. There's so many people who I could throw under the bus, but I just rather not get personal. But just in a general sense, that's what we face out here. Zero thanks. A bunch of betrayal and a toxic stew. So that's what I had to say. And I'm going to take a 5-second break to go grab some chocolate, get it in there, and then pull up a transcript so that we can finish Delphi, Jerry, and the Truth Part 4, because I'm ready to get this over with. There is another thing or two that I'm going to do in the next week or two that I do feel I want to do. But for tonight, that's what we're doing. So give me a break here. I'll be right back. Give me a break. All right. Thank you for being patient with that. So we're going to get into part two. We're going to pick up where we left off with Jerry Holman. Remember that where we stopped, he had taken a break, or they have taken a recess here. This is line number 2. And now it's going to get into a couple of things. So you guys know that I'm not a big fan of the Odin theory in the way that it's been dumbed down and presented by the defense. I think they did a poor job of presenting it. Probably tip of the iceberg is the way I would say it. I think there's some aspects to it. You know, that have merit. But I think mostly they missed the mark. So it's going to get into that. But before they get into that, they do a little back and forth. So let's get started and we'll see what's happening. So this says, Mr. Razi questions. Let me revisit a couple of things. Let's talk about Muddy Bloody Guy. Do you know what I'm talking about? I do. So my recollection, just so we can set the table here, is that Sarah Carbaugh saw this guy that she described as being muddy and bloody, right? You generally agree with that? Yes. And that this particular person was first seen somewhere between the Mears farm and the cemetery, I think. Yes. Is what I kind of gather from talking to people. With regard to that experience that Sarah Carbaugh had, was there ever any surveillance video that reflected or corroborated, is probably a better word, what she said she saw? Video, no. The only thing we have, her phone data. She was in the area at the time she said she was, and she's the only one that saw the person. And that person must have went, you mean gone? Must have went behind the Hoosier Harvest store if he was walking that way, because we do not have him on camera going that way. Is that what you're asking? Okay, so the first point I want to make here is very clear that everyone understands this bullet point. What do they have? Sarah Carbaugh says she saw a muddy guy, later changing it to bloody. Remember that? I hope everyone does remember that. First, it was muddy, 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 muddy guy. Later, she suddenly changes that to bloody, 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 bloody guy. So it's never muddy and bloody, right? First it's muddy, muddy, and then later it's, oh no, bloody, bloody. But the important point here, because I'm kind of going on a tangent, for me, the important bullet point in this story here is zero appearance of this guy on the video from the surveillance cameras at that building, which must mean the following is make believe. It's imaginary world, right? It's fantasy world. He says that person must have went behind Harvest Store. So that means he's assuming this is not a fact that the person went behind Harvest Store. It's an assumption that the person went that direction. And he also follows it by admitting that. He says, if he was walking that way, because we do not have him on camera. So what does all this mean? It means that the only evidence of anybody at all walking is this person's words, because all they have is her phone data saying that she's in that area. She's the one who says she saw somebody. She's the one who says the person she saw looked a certain way. And then further, she's the one who says that person also appeared to be either muddy or bloody, depending on when you ask her. So isn't that pretty weak? Isn't that pretty thin? So you're telling me there's no proof that guy even exists whatsoever? Like, we're over here like a bunch of idiots. Okay, just think about it. The entire Delphi community sitting here like a bunch of idiots, constantly discussing, oh, muddy bloody guy, muddy bloody guy, muddy bloody guy, muddy bloody guy, as if it's a real deal. It's a thing. Did no one stop to say, hold on, is this a creation in her mind? At best? And if he doesn't pass those cameras, if he is a real guy, and if he was really muddy or bloody or both or neither, what are the odds that he wasn't going nowhere around that direction? What are the odds that maybe he goes straight into the Mears butcher shop? It's literally a nothing burger. It should have never been allowed. It doesn't exist. It only exists in her mind. And look, let me remind you how she behaved at trial. I hope everyone remembers that, because remember, in this case, you cannot forget a single detail. Remember how this woman behaved at trial. Maniacal. Or some would say she had a bad attitude. Or others would call her bloodlusty. So you're taking this maniacal, bad attitude, bloodlusty person and taking what she says as truth, that there really was a guy, he really was walking, and he really was full of blood and or mud. I mean, for me, this totally discredits anything about it. It should, like I said, should have never been allowed, should have never even been discussed. It didn't happen. She's the only one. She could be making it up. She could just be berserk, bazonkers. Whoops. But let's continue. So you're talking about north, where there's many options, obviously, but she sees him walking. I don't know what direction that is. From the cemetery towards Mears, according to her. So we're assuming he's going that way. That's the witness's statement. Now listen, why does he use that term, witness's statement? Remember when I said before, it's my opinion, that all he was interested in at all was establishing the proper paperwork. Remember how obsessively he focused on the building of probable cause using paperwork? So this is the way he frames it this way, is because they're building this entire scenario as if it's fact, based solely on, drum roll, witness statement. That's why he uses that phrase, you see. So we're assuming he's going that way. That's the witness's statement. And then he furthers that, and we know she was there because we have phone data, as if her phone data is the proof that she saw what she said she saw. But then he continues to narrative spin here as if it's factual, right? So he could have, after she left, he could have went back to the other way. He could have went back around Hoosier Harvest Store over towards where the old CPS building. I mean, there's multiple options. We do not have him on video going across. So he had to go some different direction. That's all I know. So you see what I mean about the level of assumptions here? How just based on her word claiming that she saw something, he suddenly turned that into a whole a factual scenario as if it has merit. And then he further spins this scenario or this narrative about the possibilities of this as if it has meaning. You know, he could have. Everything's conditional. He could have gone that way if he was walking that way. He must have went behind that. He could have went to where the CPS building is. There's multiple options. We don't have him. He could have had. He had to have. Everything's conditional. Even back down the trail, potentially. Do you recall anyone, I guess primarily Sarah Carbaugh, did she say with any specificity where she last saw this person? No, other than what we've already discussed, which was on 300. Sorry, everyone. Those are the sneezes. I muted it for your ears' benefit, though. Okay, so back to this. Are you aware of any eyewitness testimony that said or established that that person was anywhere else other than 300? No. In the cemetery, in the woods, behind the barn, down the road, in a driveway, anything like that. And listen to this leap of logic. On the bridge. So see, think about this. They are discussing the Sarah Carbaugh character. Okay? The question asked is, are you aware of any eyewitness testimony that said or established that that person, in other words, the Sarah Carbaugh person, was anywhere else other than on 300? In the cemetery, in the woods, behind a barn, down the road, in a driveway, anything. And his answer is only on the bridge. Does no one see how that's illogical? Because now he's suddenly making that person that she claims she saw on the 300, when Razi is asking specifically that person at that time, other than on 300, was he seen anywhere else? Holman jumps and says, only on the bridge, line 14. But amazingly or astonishingly, he allows them to get away with that. He says, all pretty important facts in this case? Yes. I don't have any further questions. And I think Andy is going to ask a few. So y'all don't see that as bizarre? Rozzy doesn't call out that whole only on the bridge thing. Like, why are you saying that's the person on the bridge? Or he didn't even say, I didn't ask you about the person on the bridge. I asked you about the person on 300. Anyhow, then comes Baldwin. I'm Andy Baldwin. I'm trying to get a feel for this unified command situation. We've heard who was in unified command. Initially, yeah. It was myself, Jay Harper, Kevin Hammond, Tony Liggett, Rich Davies, and Mike Peasley from the FBI. So 2 FBI, 2 state, 2 county. And then Steve Mullen from the city. He was the chief at the time. And then prosecutor Rob Ives was also involved. And that was unified command initially. Okay, so let's de-word that and make a list. For all you good listeners who actually take notes, make this list. Jerry Holman, Jay Harper, Kevin Hammond, Tony Liggett, Rich Davies, Mike Peasley, Steve Mullen, Robert Ives. That's your list. That's your first version of unified command. Then he says, if you can tell me kind of how it morphed into or what it morphed into over time. Sure, Rich Davies and Mike Peasley. Obviously, Rich retired from the FBI. Mike Peasley was transferred to Washington, D.C. or Virginia or something like that. So in other words, the 2 FBI left. Kevin Hammond retired. That left Tony Liggett, me, Jay Harper, Steve Mullen, and then we added Dave Vito, and Prosecutor McClellan took over shortly after Rob Ives left, and that was unified command. So let's do list number 2. List number 2. Jerry Holman, Tony Liggett, Jay Harper, Steve Mullen, David Vito, Nick McClellan. Okay, were there any more changes other than those you just described? I don't think so. That's all I remember. Is unified command still in existence? Yes. So that last crew that you said, that's the group that are involved in unified command? That's who I would consider the current unified command. Again, let's go back to that list for everyone to, let's reset now on, at the time of this deposition, who was unified command and the time of railroading Richard Allen? Jerry Holman, Tony Liggett, Jay Harper, Steve Mullen, David Vito, Nicholas McClellan. How often are you meeting? We don't meet as often as we used to. We don't have it every week, every month. If something comes up, then either McClelland will send out an email and say, hey, can we meet on this day, or vice versa. I'll say, hey, I got some information I'd like to share, or anybody with unified command, and we might invite other people like lab, forensic scientists and things like that. But I would say probably once a month still. I can't remember the last time we met, but it was probably a month ago. At its height, how often would unified command meet? Every day. Every day we'd meet in the morning, talk about what had happened and what our plans are moving forward, allocating any resources, time, money, going over stuff like that. Were there any meetings, or where were the meetings? Was it a specified place, or was it a different place? Well, it moved a couple of times, but we called it unified command. So the command center started at the Delphi Police Department. Above the police department, there's a conference room and a kitchen and stuff we used. I bet they used the kitchen. Hey, everybody. How often do you think they use the kitchen? and the bathroom. I bet they use that kitchen and that toilet. Then we moved over to what was referred to as the old REMC building, and we were in there for quite some time. Then we moved back temporarily to the police department, and then now we're in an off-site location. I don't know the actual address here, just outside of Delphi. And the reason I'm asking, because sometimes when there's meetings, you go down to the diner and you have a cup of coffee. No. It was all private, secured locations with law enforcement only. Was it in a place where you could look at technology, like things like computers, or was there a big screen so you could look at anything that you needed to look at if there was anything of interest? Yep. And so who was kind of in charge of the technology side of it, if anybody? Steve Mullen, probably, I'd say, is the most proficient in technology. Oh, yeah, the one who deleted all the 70 days of important shit, right? Pardon the language. Pardon the language. Trying to not use 4-letter words or 15. But Steve Mullen, the most proficient in technology, who was very proficient at deleting 70 days of interrogations or interview room footage. All right, and I'm trying to get an understanding of these people that go out, the detectives and the different agencies that are investigating. I even saw some lined, like up in Hammond, Indiana, I think. If you're in Hammond, how do you get involved in a case like this if you're a police officer up there? Couple different ways. Probably maybe a task force officer come down here to help us. But also we would, to save time and resources, if we would reach out to, for example, if there was a person we got a tip on in Peru, I would reach out to Bob Burgess and say, hey, Bob, could you follow up on this and establish alibi and things like that? If anything else, contact us and we'll jump in and help out. So we utilized not only state police, but some other local and then FBI out of state. We've used, we get tips out of state. We wouldn't always go. We'd reach out to the FBI or state police in Florida or wherever. Denver. We went to Denver. We have sent people places, but we don't always send people places because, like I said, just because we get a trip doesn't make you a suspect. We get a tip doesn't make you a suspect. Yeah, we know they ignored a whole bunch of tips, including confessions. So it could be they follow up on that very quickly for us and eliminate them as a suspect. You said the word task force. Was that Greg Ferenczi on task force? Yeah, GRIT. I don't know what it stands for. GRIT? G-R-I-T. Okay. There's one up north. There's one down south. So it's the FBI, state police, other local officers are put on this task force. Did you know Greg Ferenczi before this case? No. Did you ever get to meet him? I did. How did you get to meet him? Through this? Through some of the tips he was following up for us down there in that area? And that brings me to, did you have like special guests come in and update you on things? You said like experts or maybe scientists or something like that would come in and talk? Absolutely. Big word for Holman there. Absolutely. It's multi-syllables. What about detectives? Like we're talking Murphy, who was working on suspects, I think, of the Odin side of it, the Odin allegations or the Odin whatever. Yeah. Did Murphy ever come in and give a full accounting of whatever his investigation involved? I'm not sure if Murphy did, but we had multiple officers come in, and instead of us try to read their reports or whatever, they would update us on their investigations. How would it be determined for you who's probably a busy guy? I'm home. What am I going to read? How do I prioritize what I'm going to focus my energy on? Utilize the investigators, they tell me what they feel, and it may change. Right now, this Brad Rossi guy looks really good, so you should probably follow up on this. And they would tell me, and then I'd read the report. So like you said, there's multiple officers. I'm in charge. My normal job is to read all the police reports that come through the district. District 14, which keeps me pretty busy. But you know, whatever you're talking now, 100 officers or whatever, and I'm only getting the state police on my RMS, then I have to get hard copies of others. So other people would help me out as far as reviewing those. What about emails? Is there like, don't email me? I don't need my box all inundated with emails. I actually stayed off the email tip line. Is that what you're talking about? Well, I'm just saying, like, I'm sure you have an email. Like if Murphy or Purdy would send you an email, would you look into it? Oh, yeah, absolutely. There he goes. You know what? I'm going to say this before I get too far ahead. Because I don't believe him, every time he uses the word absolutely, makes me feel that the answer is showing signs of deception. We should get Sergio to look into this word absolutely. The use of this word absolutely makes me think that he's doubling down using a big word like absolutely. It probably means like I always respond to emails. But was that the preferred method for you? Verbally, call me, meet with me. I don't want to, I want to talk about some of these officers. Don't know what the right phrase is. I'll just call them law enforcement officers to see what your thoughts are on them and how well you knew them. Winters, Joseph Winters. Answer. He worked at Lafayette. I was actually one of his FTOs. He transferred down south. He was one that the state police sent up here to help during the initial push, like when we were getting a lot of tips. Do you trust Joseph Winters? Yeah. Do you trust his opinion on the importance and value of evidence? Yeah. Ferenczi, Greg Ferenczi. I know he's deceased, but did you trust, from what you knew of him, did you trust? Yeah. I didn't know him all that well, but yes. Oh, really? Murphy. How well did you know Murphy? I knew of him before this, but then he was assigned down here because he was one of the grit guys. Got to know him pretty well. Yeah, I trust him. He did a really good job following up on tips and leads. Oh, you don't say. And if he came to you and said, hey, I think it is important, that would mean something to you? Yes. If Murphy said that, yes. I'm sorry, sometimes when I use a pronoun and then I'll have to go back because I don't want to figure out who I was talking about. Purdy, Roland Purdy, how do you feel? Do you know him? Not before this, I didn't. Do you feel from your working with him that he did a good job? He's not as reliable as others. No. Okay. Put the brakes. All right, chat. Why is it with Purdy? So he's vouching for everyone else. He's saying Ferenczi, Murphy, 100%, oddly enough. What is it with Purdy? Why is he saying Purdy's a loser? Right, that's basically what he's saying in like professional speak, right? He's not as reliable as others, no. So don't trust Purdy is what he's saying. But then watch this. So he says, all right, and if he said, hey, I think something's important, would that be something you would pay attention to? Oh, absolutely. Ding. There's that word again. We would definitely look into it. Oh, really? Purdy. Really? So you don't trust Purdy. He's not reliable as others, but absolutely I would look into anything he brought up. Purdy. And Stephanie Thompson, did she do anything else other than polygraph? Just polygraph as far as I know. Did you have any reason to believe she was not a good polygrapher? No, she was absolutely excellent. Absolutely excellent. Her and I were very close. And I would trust her with my life. So Stephanie Thompson was absolutely excellent. You're very close and would trust her with your life. Let me phrase it this way. You said it earlier that part of a polygraph examination is to get a feel for whatever the person is telling, or whether the person is telling the truth, or to determine whether they're telling the truth, right? Yes. But the other part of it is, and I know this from doing this so long, this is where our clients sometimes crash and burn because they say a bunch of crap during the polygraph examination, which I think is part of why you do a polygraph examination. Is that fair to say? You're trying to gain information from this. You're out of the mouths of these people that can be used. Like I said earlier, it's definitely a tool that we use, and there is a pre-interview before the actual polygraph. The pre-interview is where you gain some information, and then there's a post-interview after they say he's deceptive, not deceptive, inconclusive, whatever. You go back and re-interview them if they're willing to clear things up. All right, let's stop there. So he's saying polygraphs in the middle. They do a pre and a post. So they warm them up. They do the polygraph, and then they do a post. And if a polygraph examiner hears something during a polygraph examination that they think is of importance, would they normally come to you and say, hey, this guy told me this during the polygraph exam? Normally. And if you're the investigator, if I'm investigating Brad Rozzi and I'm going to be watching the polygraph and pre-polygraph and I'm there to answer questions or whatever, so yeah. You think Stephanie Thompson, if she were here to hear something during a polygraph examination of somebody that she felt was important in this case, that she would go to the right people to tell them? I think so. Yeah. Do you think that Sarah Karba is a credible witness? I do. Of course you do. Do you know if she has changed her description of who she saw on the 300 North heading westbound? I don't think she changed it. I think she clarified some things. Yeah, she turned the mud into blood. She went from muddy, 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 muddy to bloody, 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 bloody guy. But I don't think she changed it. She clarified. But Tony Liggett would be the one that interviewed her. Betsy Blair, do you think she's credible? Yes. Well, of course he's going to think all of his witnesses are credible. I listened to Robert Ives on a podcast at one point in time, and he said, I think it was after you had left, that there were at least 3 signatures left at the crime scene. Do you agree with that? I have no clue what he's talking about. Like somebody signed their name signature? You have to ask Robert Ives. So let's see. So Robert Ives changes his story on what he said in the early days. And suddenly, Jerry Holman doesn't know. He says, quote, I have no clue what he's talking about. Like somebody signed their name signature. Do you know what a signature for a crime is? I mean, I know, like serial killers, some people would leave. How do you have a signature in one crime? I don't know what he's talking about. Yes, I do know what signatures are. No, I don't believe that Rob Ives knows what he's talking about. Oh, let me get my annoying sound effects. Sorry.
Oh my God.
I don't believe that Rob Ives knows what he's talking about. Well, that makes sense because Rob Ives doesn't believe that he knows or he knew what he was talking about then because he changed his story. So why are we what is the importance of erasing that from the internet, of him backtracking on that, and on Jerry Holman separating himself from that? Because remember, non secular signatures, three distinct non secular signatures, all of a sudden that has to be redacted and erased from the internet and from Jerry Holman's mind to the extent that you have to disrespect the man. So I don't believe that Rob Ives knows what he's talking about. Well, I'll tell you what I think he's talking about, whether it's good or bad, is that a signature is something that is left behind at a crime scene or a murder scene that is important because later on, if the secret of the crime has been kept and somebody talks about something that was at the crime scene, the signature that was left behind, then you might be able to connect the two. Is that something that you think could have happened here? Oh, are we referring to the antlers? Or maybe the positioning of the bodies? Or maybe the sticks on the bodies? The sigils? Wild woman. Woman with antlers. Look it up. What does it mean? Remember, when Elvis Fields said Abby was a troublemaker and had antlers, wild woman, troublemaker. Look it up. I don't know as necessarily as I necessarily agree with your definition of a signature. Sure, but what I talked about with Brad earlier is, yeah, we definitely want to keep the evidence. So there's evidence we don't want to get out because only certain people know what happened. Two are dead, but that's not a signature to me. That's just the evidence that they left behind. Signature to me would be the smiley face killer, this or that. He always leaves a smiley face at every crime scene or something. That's a signature to me. Here we come with a nuclear bomb drop. What was that on the tree at the crime scene? And of course, immediately the immediate response is a gaslight. It looked like a hand swipe. Wait, let me see if I can do you a favor and pull up that hand swipe, right? Just give me a moment here. See if I can pull up this hand swipe for you. It'll take me a second. Oh, rats, what happened? Come on, I just had it. Does that look like a hand swipe to anybody? Looks like I see a couple right angles. Sorry, but that doesn't look like a hand swipe. Let me show you something else, though. Watch this. Any of you guys ever seen this? Sorry, taking a second. Come on, man. It's not going to work tonight. Whoops. All right, sorry about that. Didn't work. Anyhow, it looked like a hand swipe once again. But again, that was, I mean, some people refer to it as the F tree. But again, that was also analyzed by the BAU Purdue professor. We forgot to talk about that. Brad didn't ask me about that, but that was all in the same evaluation with the sticks and everything else. And they all said it's not. They're not going to leave any question to it, is basically. If they're leaving a signature or if they're leaving a sign that it was a hate crime, you're going to know it. So that's the level of insanity we're dealing with. Because what he's saying here is that everyone says it's not anything. Because if they're leaving a signature of a hate crime, you're going to know it. Yeah, in other words, so you mean to tell me that so the only way, okay. So what he wants us to believe is that all you'll ever see, if it's a hate crime, there'll be a swastika. Yes. So don't worry about these two dead kids. Trust me, if this was something bad, something else that some guys did and left signs, yeah, it'd be like swastikas and stuff. It'd be something we already know and call a hate crime signature. Let's take a little journey down speculation lane. Let's see. We got this. Okay. Let me pull up some more stuff. Let's see. We got this. I used to have a slideshow with all of these things together, but unfortunately I don't anymore. But let's see. Let's just figure out what other kind of stuff we got. So we got that, right? And by the way, that also looks like this with the different filter on it. That's a little more clear. Does this look like a hand swipe? Okay, does that look like a hand swipe? I don't think so. There's no swiping to that. Look, those are straight lines. Let me keep getting some stuff I want to show you. Hold on. Does that look perfectly normal to everybody? Perfectly normal there? Oh, my computer's giving me problems tonight. Sorry. Perfectly normal? Perfectly normal? Perfectly normal. What else I'm trying to grab? Hold on. Let's see. Oh, gosh. Come on, Prof. Whoops, I got to remove some. It's telling me I'm uploading too many. Let's see. Remove that and that. All right. Gonna keep going. Here we go. Perfectly normal. Okay. The same evaluation with the sticks and everything else, that they all said it's not, they're not going to leave anything to question to what it is. Basically, if they're leaving a signature or if they're leaving a sign that it was a hate crime, you're going to know it. It's going to be a swastika. And that you couldn't tell. It looked like maybe they cleaned something off. It definitely, it wasn't distinctly enough to be what you would consider a signature, I guess. Did you ever hear any stories or thoughts about marking trees with blood or marking trees at all with these Odinite people? I don't recall that, no. Oh, well, that's odd. That's odd because you know what I know about, hold on, let me see if I can show you, because it's not coming, it's not uploading. Let me ask you guys are very smart people. Let's see. See if you guys tell me if you've ever seen anything like this. You know where this is from, I would say. See if I can manage. See if you guys know where this is from. I stole this thing. Let's see. Let's see. Why is it going to be complicated with me tonight? This will be important to show. Let's see. See if I can do it this way. Just a moment. Let's see. All right, do this. Let's see. Sorry. I'm not able to do anything I want to do tonight. I was going to forget about this. I'll give up on it. Let's get back to the serious stuff. You ever Google it? No. I don't Google. This is real. This is a real transcript. Yeah. That's what I was told. Did Liggett ever talk about marking of trees? I don't remember. I know through the people we talked about, Odinism is not to sacrificing people and things like that. What? Read it. Odin is not. Like, I can't believe. Hold on. I got to do it this way, right?
Oh my God.
I know through the people we talked about, Odinism is not to sacrificing people and things like that. Really? That's what I was told. You ever Google it? No, I don't Google. You don't Google? No, I go to the professionals, the professors in BAU. So what about the sticks on Abby? What about the sticks on Abby? Were those in some form? Again, what we were told was they were the undoing. The undoing. Symmetrically perfect. Symmetrically perfect undoing. Some people were trying to make it look like a star or whatever, but the professionals, again, I didn't Google it. I'm telling you what the professionals tell us. Some people were trying to make it look like a star or something. Sure. That again, it would have been obvious if it was a sign from some sort of Odinism or cult. Sure. And it wasn't obviously enough people were saying, oh, it could be this, it could be that, it could be this. And then some even said that's an undoing they were covering. We had, I think, 2 different professionals tell us that. And you have to really explain this undoing business, because to the best of your ability, because I've not heard this before. Sure. So let's just say I slit your throat and kill you. What I'm going to do is cover that up because I don't want to see it. I want to undo it. I don't want to see it in my mind when I'm there. That's what people do in some of the crime scenes, especially if you know something as horrific at that. That's how it was explained to me. Well, not all the sticks on Abby were covering her neck. One part of one stick was. Right. So what they were saying, what they explained to us, they would lay sticks down so that the stick that they covered wasn't touching it, because they must care that much, and they lay that other stick on top of it. Now, I don't know. I haven't looked at the sticks that closely to see if that's the pattern, but that's what we were told. What are the Odinites? What are the little, what do you call the things that they use? You said a star. Have you ever heard of any names of what their alphabet is? No, because honestly, the Odinism thing to me was covered by the Purdue professor. Other people would bring it up. It would be in the back of my mind. If something came up in the investigation, there were some people that had weird photos on their Facebook. So we would look into that. But to me, I'm going to tell you that through our investigation, my opinion is I agree with the Purdue professor. I agree with the BAU. I agree with the other 2 that came up and analyzed the evidence. And I agree with the U.S. Marshal BAU. It's not a hate crime. It's not something that now we would look into it if something comes up. Absolutely. There's a word again. So your thinking is based upon these experts. Odinism had nothing to do with that crime scene. That's what I believe. Sure. Did you ever look at anybody, experts, try to find experts that might push back on those experts? All the experts that we've reached out to were the ones that I said they didn't know. They didn't know we had other experts looking. Sure, you said that there were people that would send you social media photographs. And what were you talking about there? Well, once that information was released that there were sticks on a girl, I don't know how it got released or who or whatever. Then we started getting tips on people that had symbols and things like that. But we would look into them. We couldn't even put them in Delphi. I never read the sticks. When did that come out? I think it was on a podcast or something like that. And I don't know for sure, but you'd have to look. I'm pretty sure it was out. I'm going to mark this as Exhibit A. Tell me what that is. It's a picture of Abby. And the sticks on top of her. You don't think that according to your experts, they're not formed into anything other than, what did you call it? An undoing. Undoing, is that right? Yeah, some people say the he got interrupted, was trying to cover them up. I don't know if I necessarily agree with that. I agree with the undoing portion because the way the sticks are, I don't see any formation, stars, letters, or anything. Oh, really? Really? Let's remind you guys. Hold on. Let's see if I can do this again. See if this works. Shout out to Adrian for this being one of her slides that I modified. Everyone sees this as an undoing? Some people say he got interrupted. I don't see any formation. Have you ever seen this? I'm going to mark this as Exhibit B. Yep. Okay, can you describe what that is for the record? Looks like a poorly drawn asterisk on somebody. Do you know whose website that was on or Facebook page? It looks like Brad Holder. April 17th, 2017. Yes, yes. Okay. Mr. McClellan, wildly objecting. Is there a question about that exhibit, or do you just want him to identify it and mark it? I'm going to ask. I've got another question. I've got these side by side now. Defendant's Exhibit C marked. So you're familiar with that. Is that right? You're familiar with Exhibit B? I'm sure I've seen this before. Yeah. So now I've got side by side these two. So Brad Holder, it looks like to me about 4 or 5 weeks after the girls are murdered, he has put on his hand or on somebody's hand what you would call an asterisk. Okay, let me try to get that for you if I can. Let's see. Let's see. Oh, but before I do that, let me show you this because I just stumbled across this digging for the other one. Total side note here, but I think this is important because I've never discussed it. You guys know what this is? Anyone know what this is? This is a screenshot from a Captain Howdy video released before the F tree was known about. Process that. Talk amongst yourselves. Again, this was from a montage in a Captain Howdy video before the F tree was known about, before his murder-suicide. See, we don't make shit up here. Let me keep going. It looks like to me about 4 or 5 weeks after these girls are murdered, has put on his hand or in somebody's hand what you would call an asterisk. Maybe you might call it, we call that a Hagal rune or Hagal rune. Have you ever heard of Hagal? No. What do you think of that? I mean, it's a stretch that you could say that's the exact same formation. That's what a lot of people are doing, but I'm going to stick by what the experts told me, because I'm no expert in this. And the experts tell me that you would not have a question because that doesn't look exactly like that. Which is closer, the two side by sides? Which looks more like the other? Sketch 1 and 2. Yeah, that doesn't look any closer to that formation than the two white males similar age and build. And this photo leaves out a stick. It does. Stick right here going across here. That's not in there. Nothing to see there, right? I don't agree with that analogy, I guess. So is there something to see? Is there something to see there or not? Well, obviously there's pictures in front of me to see, but you're not going to convince me that there's the same drawing, because through my experience and that information and the information I've got from the professionals, that doesn't look anything like whatever you called that. Okay, so skip. Let's see. Move to admit exhibit D. I'm going to send you B or D. Sorry. Can you tell me what D is? It's a picture of a tree with blood spattered on it with blood rubs, blood drops. Is that from the crime scene? Yes, it is. Okay. I'm going to send you E. I'm going to represent. Have you seen that before? I think so, yeah. I think this is what we talked about earlier, what people had pictures on. We get tips about people having weird formations and things on there. Yeah, so now I'm going to give you the side-by-side. That's off Brad Holder's page, right? Yes. Have you seen that? Absolutely. Here's a side by side. Do you think those look alike? I can see a little bit of similarities there, but like I said from professionals, it would be no question. This kinds of looks like an F over there. This kinds of look like I think it's kind of an F. Did you ever give these experts, as you call them, any of these photos that I've provided you off Brad Holder's website or Facebook page? I don't know. To compare them, I don't know. Should you have done that if you didn't? Not necessarily, because Brad Holder's been eliminated because he was at work. Yeah, because we believe the timeline. Let me show you guys something in a minute. Let's see. This is going to take a second. This is all taking too long, but it's worth it. Sorry. All right, so let's see. Oh, I have to do it the hard way. Okay, let's see. All right, let's see if I have any more luck with this. Let's see. All right. Let's do it. Let's see. Come on. All right, it's ready. Let's try it. Let's see. Remove this. You guys ever see this? How about this? This is from a Showtime series. Showtime series. The series is called Yellow Jackets. That's right. The Yellow Jacket symbol is a mysterious sigil central to the Showtime series, found repeatedly in the wilderness where the team crashed and continues appearing in the series. The symbol itself resembles an inverted female figure with a circle over the head and a hook-like line extending from the bottom. Since no definitive explanation has been given in the show, several fan theories attempt to decipher the symbol's meaning. Cannibalism. The most common theory is that the symbol represents a person hung upside down on a hook to bleed out before being butchered and eaten, mirroring the events shown in the series' first episodes. Hobo. Some fans suggest the symbol breaks down into Depression-era hobo code hieroglyphics communicating warnings like "Stop, get out fast," or "Man with gun lives here." A map or survey marker. One theory proposes it's a land surveying or alchemical map with different shapes resembling mine shafts or tunnels in the area, which could be the source of a toxic substance causing hallucinations. Occult alchemical meaning. Other theories point to it resemble occult sigils or other markers for elements potentially linked to mountain god or other deities who demand blood sacrifices. No. Yellow Jackets is an American thriller drama television series following two primary storylines. The first involves a group of teenagers as they strive to survive in the wilderness after their plane crashes, while the second takes place 25 years later and focuses on the survivors' attempts to piece their lives back together. Did you ever give the experts any of these photos? Nope. Because Brad Holder's been eliminated because he was at work. Have you ever heard of a guy named Charles Manson? I don't know. I've heard of him. I never knew him personally. Was he present at the crime scene? Not all the time. No, I don't think so. Did anybody in Unified Command ever wonder if that alibi is accurate? That maybe Holder was directing other people? Did that conversation ever happen? Yes, it did. Absolutely. It did? Yeah. Apparently that was ruled out as a possibility. There's no evidence. We have no evidence indicating that he was commanding people to go kill people. I mean, ask Richard Allen if Brad Holder told him to go kill the girls.
Oh my God.
Why is he allowed to behave this way in a deposition? I mean, ask Richard Allen if Brad Holder told him to go kill the girls. I mean, you guys can communicate with the guy that killed the girls. If I was talking to the guy that killed those girls, I would be sure to ask that. You have. Absolutely, you have. I believe that you think that. I know that. All the evidence indicates clearly. Page 233 is the cat fight. Okay, this is the cat fight. Page 233. Do you know what tunnel vision is? I do. I've preached about not getting tunnel vision.
I'm legally blind.
And we have given you thousands of pages of reports that we focused on many different people. So tell me about Amber Holder. Do you know about her? Very little. I'll tell you a story about Amber and see if you know this story. Amber Holder, this is from your police reports. Okay? Amber Holder has said that she started dating Brad. Tell me if you know the story, because I don't want to belabor it. But she started dating Brad Holder in late February 2017, about a week or two before he had ended a friendship with Patrick Westfall. Do you know that story? Familiar. I'd have to review the report you're referring to see if you're being truthful with me. Can't make this up. Okay, I got it. And here comes Mr. McClellan again. I'm going to have him review the report now? Sure. Do you want to take a break so I can go and take care of my other obligations in court? Sure, absolutely. Sounds like it's going to take him 15, 20 minutes to do that. He can read the whole thing in 15, 20 minutes. If you need to know where I'm particularly talking about, it's on page 9, I believe. Yes, 9. But if you want to read the whole thing, because I might be asking questions about everything. So recess is taken. So Defendant's Exhibit G is marked. Baldwin says, so you've just spent the last several minutes reading what we've marked as Defendant's Exhibit G, which will be attached and made part of this deposition. You've said off record that you've never seen that document before. It looks like it's in a Word document, not a state police report, which is what you guys have right there. The one in front of you, the one in front of Mr. Razi, those state police reports. This looks like a Word document. Words documents don't come to me. I'm familiar with some of the information in here, but I've never seen this report. Let's go through some of the stuff. I want you to figure out what you are not familiar with. Okay. Were you familiar with Amber Holder's story? Yes. So Amber Holder tells a story about how the friendship between Brad Holder and Westfall ended because of something that happened in a ritual in the woods by the creek sometime in mid-February. Correct?
Oh my God.
Yep. Page 9. Is that where you're at? Yes. Were you aware of that before today? I was not aware of all of it. I was aware that Amber was interviewed. I haven't seen this. I was aware that Amber was saying that there was a falling out between Patrick because of the ritual gone wrong. Did you know the time frame of that ritual that went wrong that Amber Holder spoke about to the state trooper about that was around the same time as the girls were murdered? No, I did not recall that. Does that bother you? Yeah, it bothers me. Okay, now we're on to something. Did you know that this ritual that she talked about on page 9 of Exhibit G took place in the woods near a river? No. Does that bother you? Yep. What, if anything, are you going to do about it? Well, I'm going to search for more state police reports, find out why this report wasn't submitted through the RMS system, why this was given like this. And I think that would probably be Murphy and Purdy can answer more questions. See if there's possibly more follow-up on Westfall and these individuals that I don't know about. Did Murphy ever tell you, or did anybody from Purdy or Ferenczi, did they ever tell you that story about what Amber Holder said? Like I said, I'm familiar with parts of it. Remember hearing some of it, but not the details that you're talking about. I would presume if you heard those details, it would have triggered something in how you could handle it. Could have been, When somebody else, when was this? Do you know when this was submitted? When it was what? Submitted. All I can tell you is this is the document I got from Discovery. Bruh,
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 bruh.
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 It was our job to help law enforcement.
It's not productive. It's kind of gross and icky. And I feel like it tells us more about them than the people they're trying to degrade. They're always trying to degrade someone.
All I can tell you is this is the document I got from Discovery. That's what I'm saying. This isn't in RMS form, so I wouldn't get to review it. And there was a period of time when I was in Washington, D.C., when Bob Burgess was reviewing reports. I've never seen this report. Like I said, yeah, he's nervous there. I appreciate that you're bothered by the form of the report. I do. Are you bothered more by the form of the report or the fact that you didn't know that Amber Holder told a story that in mid-February of 2017, Brad Holder and Patrick Westphal had a falling out over something that happened by a river in the woods in some type of ritual? I'm bothered that I didn't know all the details. I knew the Cliff Notes version where I knew Patrick Westphal and Brad Holder had a falling out. I recall that. Have you ever heard of Johnny Messer? Nope. You don't know who Johnny Messer is? I've never heard that name. Bruh.
Bruh.
To this very day, you don't know who Johnny Messer is? I've heard some of these names in here that we're referring to, but Johnny Messer is not on my radar. It doesn't mean I haven't heard it, but you've got to take in consideration I've got about 100,000 names through my head. Sure. And I studied the ones that you guys provided, and those weren't provided. So I didn't have a chance to look up, like the email that I got from Mr. Razi allowed me to look up those reports and have me familiar with. That's why I was able to give as much information about those people. But I didn't get these names. Elvis, I did. Brad, I did, but not whatever else. I can tell you there's 3 things minimally that took place, that place Elvis Fields in Delphi. 3. Okay, I'm going to tell you one of them, all right? Johnny Messer. You would have to confirm that with Mr. Murphy, Trooper Murphy and Trooper Purdy, because they're the ones that did the investigation. And they never did tell us that he had a direct connection with this Mr. Messer guy you're referring to that I recall. What is his connection to Delphi? Well, Messer is one of the recruiters for the Odinists, and he's from Rushville, which is down south. Elvis was from Connorsville. He's from Rushville. Okay, well, I'm pretty sure we met him down around Connorsville. Does that bother you that there's a connective tissue between Delphi and Elvis Fields down in Rushville? I don't think that proves anything at this point. You're just telling me. I'm not asking you whether it proves anything. I'm asking you whether you're bothered by it. Not really. I think I can look into it and probably find some reports that were more accurate and in a timely manner that was followed up on. So you think this is inaccurate, what's contained in? I mean, I just don't like it that it's in Word document. We're not supposed to submit these in Word documents. We're supposed to use our RMS so they can be, this was never approved by whoever. It would be me, Sergeant Buckley. So this information was never reviewed by me. Well, maybe that's why it survives.
Oh my God.
Bruh.
Bruh.
Did you ever hear, I guess I know that the answer to this, I think Johnny Messer, Taylor Hornady let Johnny borrow her car on Valentine's Day, the 13th and 14th, February 2017 timeframe. When he came back from being up there in Delphi, he had blood on his car. Just what I read in that very little. Does that bother you? I mean, it doesn't bother me. It concerns me a little bit. It concerns you a little bit? Yeah. Are you trying to convince me that somebody else killed those two girls? I'm going to try to convince you that Richard Allen killed these girls. I know you are. I know you are. And I know what you're trying to do. I'm not trying to do anything. I'm not going to admit to, other than let you start investigating this finally. Oh, we've been investigating it, sir. Well, how do you know about this thing? You don't even know about this, because this is not a state police official document. It would have not went through me. I told you that multiple times. Yeah, but it's from Discovery. Let's talk about a document that you are familiar with. Okay. Exhibit H. Here's H. Before I give it to you, have you ever heard of Ryan Boucher? Sounds familiar. Do you know who he is? I know a lot of people. Do you have a picture of him? No. Go ahead and read that. Take a second. Yep. I'm familiar with this. Yeah. So this is Exhibit H that I'm referring to, correct? Yes. Now that you've reviewed it, does it refresh your recollection? Yes. I remember talking to Ryan Winters about this. I remember him. I remember reviewing this report and passing information on. Whether Brad Holder was re-interviewed, I don't know. At that time, we were having a lot of tips, and this may have been put back with that information. I'd have to review more reports to see if we have anything else. Do you remember the part where it says, the provided media is on page 2 of Exhibit H. The provided media pictures show unknown young girls believed to be deceased with sticks placed over their bodies. Yep. You ever look at that photo? I did not look at it. I believe that the people that were working on this Odinism thing did. We had those people looking at it. Defendant's Exhibit I. So were you aware of it when you talked to Winters? Were you aware of the photo? Correct? I don't know if I was aware of it at the time or if this sparked my interest, but yeah, I knew they had some photos, which I mentioned that earlier. They had odd photos and things like that, but you don't remember looking at it? I've looked at a lot of photos. I more than likely did, but I don't remember. We didn't get it in Discovery. At least we didn't see it. So we drove down to Georgia and interviewed Mr. Boucher. Okay. And this is what he says that he repeated to Winters. Have you looked at that? Have you seen that? I don't think I have. No, I may have. Defendant's Exhibit I is marked. It is. I'm going to do a side-by-side with Jay. Can you tell me what this is? On one side is what I just handed you as H. The other side is that. That is liberty. I mean to say, if a tree falls in the woods, it looks like it is staged to make it look like a tree knocked somebody out with a dummy. I don't think it's similar. I mean, you could say, oh, there's a tree on a girl, but that doesn't bother you, that Brad Holder? I know he had disturbing photos on there about the Odinism. Yeah. I may have seen this. I can't remember. I've looked at a lot of photos. Brad Holder, was he at the crime scene, Brad Holder? I can't put him at the crime scene, no. Now look, you see that? Once again, which I said about this guy, it's all about what he can put together on paper. That's why he answered it that way. Was he at the crime scene? I can't put him at the crime scene is the response. But yet he has this, according to this, the provided media picture showed young unknown girls believed to be deceased with sticks placed over their bodies. Does that bother you that this is on according to Winters' report? I mean, I understand what you mean by bother me. I mean, yeah, anything concerning young people that are being portrayed as injured would bother me. Are you being serious? I mean, you don't look at that and think that that has anything to do, that it's even worth investigating Brad Holder? We did. Okay. And when was Brad Holder covered? You'd have to look at the reports. I don't know. You'd have to look at it. Was he being looked at in October of 2017? October of 2017, I was at the FBI National Academy in Quantico, Virginia, and Bob Burgess was in charge of the investigation until December when I got back. I know before that he was. Okay. So after that while, other people were in control of the investigation during that time frame. You'd have to ask them. Were you ever involved in the interview of Elvis down in Rushville, Connorsville? Yep, I was present with Kevin Murphy. That's what I stated earlier. It was videotaped, wasn't it? I believe so. Don't have it? Do you know where it is? You'd have to ask Kevin Murphy. Elvis turns around. I'm reading off that February 2018. Were you in a vehicle with Murphy? Did you guys drive down there together? No, we did not. Have you ever heard this story? It's not a story. It's right out of his report. Elvis turned around when he dropped him off at his trailer when Murphy did. Elvis then turns around and comes back to Murphy's car. And Elvis asked Murphy if his spit is found on one of the girls, but it could be explained away, would he still be in trouble? I do recall that, yes. You've heard that before? Yes, I do. What do you think about that? I'm pretty sure Kevin Murphy would be able to tell you that he followed up on it. And quite positive we got his DNA. Again, you say they can be put there, but I don't believe that you can put Elvis on the bridge, near the bridge. No, I can do better than that. Okay, I put him at the crime scene. Okay, I don't. Well, sure you don't. Nope. But I do put Richard Allen at the crime scene. Go ahead, tell me how that happened. Ask questions. It's your deposition. Another cat fight. 248, page 248, another cat fight. You've already gone through it. What links to the crime scene are there other than the magic bullet? What else is there? Eyewitness testimony, his own admission that he was near the crime scene, and then whatever you call it, magic bullet. I call evidence indicating that a round from his gun was within inches of a girl that was brutally murdered. Do you really believe that Jerry Holman believes his own? Do you guys believe that Jerry Holman believes his own BS? Do you really believe that Jerry Holman really believes this? Or is it even worse? I want to talk about that bullet. I've not seen one single solitary photo of that bullet outside of 3/4 of it being covered in the ground. Do you know if that bullet was ever photographed outside of the ground? Yeah. Okay, I'm going to need to get those photos. They should be in Discovery. Keep looking, I guess. Anything else about the Delphi supplemental report? Let's go through that very quickly that you've not heard. Alibi, Elvis's alibi. What do you think about that? Did he have a pretty solid alibi? I wouldn't. I'd have to review the report and see. I don't know what your version of alibi is. Tell me what you think. Well, I don't have the report right here. I'd have to look at the report too. I'm sure of it. But I'll just tell you. Do you know who Rod Abrams is? You do? I do, yes. Rod Abrams claimed that he, Elvis, and Ned Smith were up in Muncie, and that was found to not be true, or to be not true. Yes, I do know that we were able to validate that. What? Why did Rod Abrams lie? I don't know why he lied. Did you ever do this in police practice where you get 3 guys in 3 different rooms and say somebody's going to talk and that's going to be the person that gets the deal? Deal's coming around one time to one person. Who's talking? Is it going to be you? Have you ever done that? No, I haven't. You haven't? No. Do you think that's an appropriate thing to do? No. Really? No. Did you ever think about rounding up Elvis or having anybody round up Elvis and Rod Abrams in 2 different rooms and talking to them about what happened? I'm pretty sure they were talked to about what happened. But were they played off one another since the alibi of Rod Abrams was found not to be true? I think Jay Harper and Kevin Murphy and those guys interviewed them and talked about it. I don't know if they use that tactic you mentioned. I would not use that tactic. Why not? I don't know. It's just not a tactic I would use at that point. Rod Abrams, your alibi is bad. We know that it's not true. Tell us what happened. Maybe that did happen. I don't know. You're looking at the reports. I'm not. And we could probably find more reports that maybe you need to refresh on too, I guess. I don't know. Is this going to be a situation where you're going to be blaming Murphy and others? No, I'm not blaming anybody. I'm just saying it's not my report. I was there. I remember everything that you just mentioned, but for one more detail, we'd have to look at the other reports and see if there's any other reports on it. Does Exhibit G, I think the 12-page, yeah, we call it the Odin report in our office, the 12-page Odin report. Does that get you like thinking, man, I need to get back out and start investigating? I need to look at some things, but again, I don't. This is the first time I've seen this report. You may not understand, but I'm concerned that this was turned in, and I don't know why it's not in the proper format that would have been reviewed and approved. This is an unapproved document that slipped through somehow. Oh
my God.
The Odin 12-page Kevin Murphy report is a report that somehow slipped through somehow.
Oh my God.
Bruh. It's a cover up. In other words, let me interpret this for you. The only reason you know about this 12-page report and any of the information from it is because by miracle, it slipped through Jerry Holman's paws. Amber said on page 10, Amber said that Brad told her that Westfall and his people killed Abigail Williams and Liberty German because one of their mothers was mixing with other people outside of the mother's race. He has powerful friends. Page 10. You going to go back out and talk to Holder? Hey, did you tell Amber that Westfall and his people killed Abigail Williams and Liberty German? I believe we did, yes. I'd have to find the report, but like I said, some of this I kind of remember, and I know it was talked about, and there was some follow-up. I know we tried to talk to Logan a couple times, who and when and where I'd have to look those reports up. What? Why is he throwing Logan in? This is about Brad Holder saying to Amber, Westfall and his people killed Abigail and Liberty because one of their mothers was mixing with other people outside of the mother's race. Were you aware that Amber had said that Brad had claimed that Westfall and his people killed Abigail Williams and Liberty German before you showed up here today? I was aware that some of the comments she made, I don't recall specifics, but I do know it was concerning the photos that you showed me was mentioned, and that he was saying that Westfall was involved. We've attempted to interview Mr. Westfall. I'm confident we went back and attempted, if not did. I would just have to find it. I would just have to look and see if we can find any other reports. What do you do when somebody is not willing to talk to you like Westfall? You just give up? Or is there other things you do? No, we didn't give up. I mean, you can't make people talk to you, but we can look at other information. Like I said earlier to Mr. Rozzi, interview other people, phone data, things like that. If we can get it. I'm not sure if we did. I'd have to look. All right. I want to get to Murphy because I have seen some questions I have some questions to ask him. Sure. I'm going to take you at your word that you will, if there are other suspects out there, that you'll definitely follow up that you'll look into them. I'm sorry, he says, we'll definitely follow up that you will look into them. You're going to get to follow up on Exhibit G from this deposition. Absolutely. Can I get a copy of this? Yeah, absolutely. I think you got a copy right here. Thank you, sir. That's all the questions for now. Okay, Mr. Rozzi says, 1 second. Officer Holman, Trooper Holman, first of all, I'm kind of listening to this exchange with this report that Mr. Baldwin has referenced. Do you have some reason to believe Are you concerned that somehow we put together a report on our own and are giving it to you? No, I don't believe that. I believe maybe it came from Ferenczi. Maybe he summarized what him and Murphy and Purdy were doing, and maybe that's why I haven't seen that or haven't seen this.
It was our job to help law enforcement.
Bruh.
If Purdy and Murphy did this report, I wouldn't expect them to do this because this is not our standard operating procedure on how to turn in a report. Well, I just want to make sure it's not that I didn't see it. I know you haven't looked at the whole thing. Yeah, I skipped around. You're not suggesting that we somehow concocted this report for the purposes of today. No, I'm just telling you I've never seen this report, and it's not in the standard state police report format. And maybe it was made by Greg Ferenczi. I don't know. It doesn't really say. But I'll find out, and I'll look into all the information in here, and I'll see if we already followed up on it. If we did, I'll provide those reports. If not, we will. Well, why isn't that in Discovery? So let's talk about, let me make sure I'm clear. Let's talk about Brad Holder. Okay. So you acknowledge that Brad Holder was a suspect in this case? I said that, yeah. He was a person of interest. You were looking at him with some interest, right? Yes or no? Yes. And that was around the time of the circumstances, the murders that occurred in this case, right? It was early, yes. And at some point, this guy named Brian Boucher apparently reached out to you or some of your people to communicate some things that he had learned, right? Yes or no? Yes. And based on what's in the report, that he offered up these images and photographs and things, I think there's even a reference in the Winters report that there was a Dropbox attachment. Did you see that at the bottom? I did. Did you guys have a Dropbox that you used? I believe so. Yes.
Oh my God.
Bruh. And did that Dropbox, was that a place like a central repository? Sounds like an old phrase from a Kennedy story, but is that what it was, where people could access it and get information easily? I believe so. I've never used, I've used a Dropbox occasionally, but not very often. Okay, and is it fair to say that whatever he would have given you in this meeting, whether it was these images or other things, that would have been accessible to your team? Yes. And to the extent that the report mentions that there are formations on the girls' bodies, these sticks formations that are consistent with these images that were uploaded, would that have caught your attention immediately? I'm sure we've seen this. I'm asking, have you seen that? Yeah, I've seen this photo before. Not him. You're familiar with that photo? You're talking about Exhibit I? My vision's bad, but that's what you're talking about, right? I've seen, I believe it was in a screenshot form off somebody's webpage. I didn't see this actual. Definitely similarities between I and the one below it. I can't read the letter, right? J, a few. I'm not suggesting that I is a real photograph, but there are similarities clearly between the circumstances and the way the bodies are laying and things like that, right? Yes. Enough that if you saw that in the course of your investigation, you would be like, we need to look into this. And we did. Did you go back to Brad Holder and talk to him about the image? Me personally, no. Do you have any recollection of anybody doing that? I'm going to look into it and find it, and I'll find out and let you know. Are you aware that in your report, one of the reports, that it was actually referenced that Logan Holder dumped his phone and sold his vehicle around the time of these murders? Who did? Logan Holder, the son? Yeah, I believe that sounds familiar. Would that cause you some concern? Yes. Did you follow up on that? Me personally, no. I'll look into it and find out. With regard to these sticks here, which would be referenced, this is a terrible way to do this, but on Exhibit F. You've seen these before? Right. Yeah. You're not disputing that this image on the left, the comparison came from Holder's Facebook? I'm not disputing that, no. And the image on the right is clearly the one that was at the crime scene. That is correct. You've already acknowledged to Mr. Baldwin that there are some similarities there. Yes. And again, starting to put the pieces together, each of these individually doesn't necessarily mean a lot, but when you start to kind of join them, it definitely warrants some response, doesn't it? And I believe we did respond. Yes. I'll look into it for you. So let's talk about Patrick Westphal again. Okay. Are you aware that in your own reports, there's references that Patrick Westphal and Brad Holder frequented this trail together? No. This is not. This is a state police report. I'm asking you if you're aware that that's been reported to your law enforcement agency, any of your investigation. I'm referring to G. I don't know if it's in that report. I'm saying, are you aware that that has been reported to your investigative team, that these two guys had spent time on that very trail?
Oh my God.
I don't recall that. No. Would that be something that you think you would stand out to you? Yes. And I think we covered this earlier, but are you aware that the two of them have openly communicated via social media that they're involved in this Odin group? Yeah. Not really any dispute about that. No. Are you aware that there was actually a video that was offered up to one of your investigators? I think Mr. Baldwin mentioned this earlier, of Brad Holder conducting a pagan ritual where they were marking a tree. I don't recall that. If it's in your police reports or in your investigative materials, would you have any reason to dispute that that occurred? I'd want to read it and make sure it's true and accurate what you're saying it says. You haven't heard anything about that? No. A fact that if you heard would probably stand out in your mind. I think that would, yeah. He asked you about Amber Holder. You know, she cooperated with the police, right? Right. She was basically an informant. She was basically an informant as it relates to her former husband. Bruh. Right? Yes. And at one point, she actually told your investigators that he was drunk one night and was telling her about how he was in the woods conducting a ritual with Westphal. I don't know who wrote that report, but yeah, I recall hearing information about Amber's information. Near a river, yes. All the things that are very consistent with what occurred in this case. Very consistent, yes. He asked you, I think earlier, about the fact that these two girls, there was at least some comments about them being murdered because their parents were mixing races. Are you familiar with that allegation? I'm somewhat familiar. Yeah, I don't know if there's any truth to those allegations. The truth is that those words were uttered in the investigation in this case, right? Yes. And are you aware that Amber Holder reported to your investigative team that Brad Holder specifically told her that Westphal had killed people in the past? Yes. Johnny Messer is the one you don't know, right? I don't know. So we got Holder up here in this area, right? Where's Westphal live? I'm not exactly sure where Westphal lives. Connorsville, Rushville, Connorsville. And you got Johnny Messer. Would you be surprised to find out that he lives down in Rushville? No, it wouldn't surprise me. I'm not saying I wasn't, told about it. I just don't remember who Johnny Messer is. There was a woman named Taylor Harnedy. Does that sound familiar? Not until today. Johnny Messer's girlfriend. Do you have any reason to dispute? I've never spoken to her that she reported to various facts to your law enforcement authorities. I'd have to see him. If I told you that she told your officers that Westphal and Brad Holder were two of the most violent people she knew, would that be a surprise to you? If I told you that she told your officers that Patrick Westphal and Brad Holder were two of the most violent people she knew, would that be a surprise to you? What officers are you referring to? Do you have that in a report? Well, I'm just telling you, if it's in your report, hypothetically, would that be a surprise to you? I mean, nothing surprises me anymore, but no. There was a reference in one of the reports that Hornady, Messer's girlfriend, suggested that these two were fighting around Valentine's Day of 2017 because he was up here running around with some Vinlanders, she said.
Bruh.
I saw that in a report. Yeah, first time I saw that. Would that cause you to be concerned about his involvement in the case? Not really, but it will be followed up on, and I'll look into like everything else. Are you aware that your report suggests that Miss Harnedy told your officers, actually it was Officer Click, I recall, out of maybe Rushville or some other. Do you know what I'm talking about? I think he's chief down there. Yeah, she told him that Messer actually admitted to her that he had killed somebody before. You follow up on any of that? I'm sure whoever you're referring to as your report, this isn't my report, and I'm going to say it's not a state police report. You're in Unified Command? I don't recall anybody telling me that, no. Were you aware your team actually obtained a search warrant for Hornady's phone? Okay. In 2018, does that sound familiar at all? Who? Your team did. Got a search warrant for Johnny Messer's girlfriend's phone. What part of my team? I don't know. I just know it's in the report. Okay. Do you have any reason to dispute that? No. And that when they did that, they were attempting to confirm what she was telling them about Johnny Messer, which makes sense, right? Right. You'd get a search warrant to corroborate her statements, right? Are you aware that in those recordings, your own investigators actually discovered audio recordings where Messer was offering up money to another individual trying to hire somebody to make a hit for him? Do you know that? No. None of that sound familiar? I'll have to review the report. Well, I guess the question is, if those kinds of things were going on and they were surrounding this investigation, do you think you would have forgotten all those things? Bruh. Oh my God. Possibly. I mean, there's a lot going on. I mean, obviously what you're saying. Well, do you remember any side investigations because you recovered an audio recording of somebody who said they were trying to hire a hitman? I don't remember any side investigations. Like, hey, maybe we ought to talk to the local authorities and see what's going on with that. Do you remember any of that? I don't remember, but it possibly could have been. Again, if this was done by Terre Haute and those people weren't communicating with us, no, I wouldn't know. If they were doing investigation on their own and communicated with Murphy and Purdy, and they were just giving me bits and pieces of information, then yeah, I would assume they were following up on it. They were not telling me, hey, this is what happened. Da, da, da. I guess my thing is, it doesn't seem like this is stuff is kind of resonating with you at this point. So it must not have been a material part of your investigation. That's kind of the way I'm feeling about it. I mean, you'd have to realize I've been in here, 6 hours now? I'm getting tired. I'm trying to remember everything. I was very appreciative that you gave me information that I could prepare for, but the stuff that these names weren't on that, so I didn't have time to prepare. The people we're talking about are part of the 17 names that are on that list. You see what I mean? By the way, it's the first time I've ever given a prosecutor even an inkling of an outline in doing this. Listen to that. So first of all these names that Holman's claiming he doesn't know, they were part of the 17 names that Rozzi gave to McClellan to prepare Holman for this. Then Rozzi says this statement: it's the first time I've ever given a prosecutor even an inkling of an outline in doing this. Shouldn't have had any outline. Well, have you ever worked a case this big with this much information? No, neither one of us has. Me either. So it helps you to help me so I can prepare. I'll go back and prepare. Hold on a minute. Let's keep talking about Messer and this gang of Rushville people. If I told you that in that report there was a second recording that was recovered from Taylor Hornady's phone that had Johnny Messer talking about holding a suspect hostage and shooting someone, would that kind of resonate with you? I've never seen this report. That's what I'm saying. You're talking about a report I haven't seen. I've never seen. If that kind of information was unearthed by your team, don't you think you being in the central command or unified command should have known this? Should have, yeah. But like you mentioned, there were side investigations that wasn't getting relayed to us. So communication or the lack of would cause this to not be. That's why I don't remember. I've never seen this report. I only know bits and pieces of what you're talking about. Elvis Fields also a Rushville guy, right? So now we're starting to see even more of a connection. We've got Holder up here. We've got Westfall down there. We've got Johnny Messer. We've got Elvis Fields. Definitely some connections here, right? That's what you say. I'd have to review all these reports and all this data again. Fancy word for Jerry Holman. If I'm taking it from your report, then it's okay for me to rely on that, right? I mean, you could be taking it out of context. I don't know. I'd have to read it myself, Brad. And I will. I want to be prepared. Whoa, first name basis? What?
Oh my God.
Bruh. We're on a first name basis? Hey, you guys remember in my prior episode when we talked about Razi's brother being the one that Doug Carter kicked the FBI off the case for? Is Brad closer to these people than it seems? I'd have to read it myself, Brad, and I will. You know Elvis had a sister named Mary Jacobs? Yes. You know that Mary Jacobs was very helpful to your team in reporting all this? She's the one that I referred to earlier that I told that was told was a bit crazy. My recollection is that she reported that Elvis admitted to her that he was on a bridge with two girls that had just been killed. And he was now part of a gang, I think is what he said. Do you recall that? I recall. And you're trying to determine the veracity of her statement, so you had her polygraphed? Right. Somebody did, yes. And we use those polygraphs in court. They're pretty important, pretty liable. And she passed that polygraph? I'd have to look at it. Would you be surprised to find that? No. You think maybe it might be time to kind of take a second look at this and kind of piece this together? Or you've kind of like, we've already covered this. No, I think we'll take a look at some of this stuff. But I think the focus should be on Richard Allen and the evidence against Richard Allen. Tunnel vision, right? No, not tunnel vision. I'm legally blind.
I'm legally blind.
Bruh. Well, we've got people in this room already that have said that there's potentially more than one person involved in this. Potentially, yeah. So it might be that some of these people were involved. I don't think so, but we'll definitely look into it. So here's another thing. So half of this information he's not at all aware of, okay? Think about it the way that I would think about it. Half of this information he's totally unaware of, as if he's never heard it before. He's asked, it might be that some potentially more than one person is involved. Look at line number 8. Let's start there. We've got people in this room already that have said that there's potentially more than one person involved in this. Potentially, yeah. Then he's asked, so it might be that some of these people who you are totally unaware of are involved. I don't think so. But I'll definitely look into it. So why doesn't he think that some of these people might be involved when he doesn't know a thing about this? I mean, that's a question for you. Tunnel vision? I'm legally blind. It's possible. Anything's possible. He mentioned the spit comment earlier that caught everybody's attention, right? From Elvis. Refresh my memory. That Elvis at some point got out of your officer's car and he was walking into his home and he turned around and came back and he told him that if the spit was on one of the girl's body, he could be in trouble. That raised some eyebrows. Right. I do remember Kevin talking about that. And then the alibi problems between Ned Smith and Elvis, I think, and I think Messer, right? No, I'm home. Yes. So we're starting to see connections now between all of these people and the crime scene, aren't we? I don't know about the crime scene, but there is a connection with these people. Yes. Okay. I don't have any further questions. Baldwin says, I got three quick ones. First, I think it's Brad Holder that sold his car. It wasn't Logan. That's what I was thinking. I don't think Logan had a car. I want to ask you, am I in danger? Are you in danger with the Odinites? Are you? Should I be worried about that? Are you involved in it? I don't know. Here's what I'm concerned about. You said here plainly multiple times that Richard Allen did this. Richard Allen did this. Richard Allen did this, right? Yes, sir. And with that attitude, you're going to go in and claim that you're going to investigate this fairly, all of this stuff that you've not heard before? I don't believe it. Have I ever told you anything and I didn't follow up on it? No, but I have definitively experienced police officers in my 30 years of doing this that fix their problems. Fix their problems. Is that a question? Are you going to fix these problems or are you going to actually look for the truth? I'm going to look for the truth, but I don't know, buddy. But I think that I've already found the truth. But I will definitely look into this. No doubt about it. And I will find out if we have done the follow-ups and I don't know about it. And I will let Prosecutor McClellan know and he can forward that information to you. That's all I have. And that's it. And that is it. That concludes our series. Delphi, Jerry and the Truth. Episode 4. Now, why did I title my series in that way? The truth, in quotations. Because for Jerry Holman, this is his truth. Richard Allen killed those girls. And although remember in episodes 1 and 2, all of the Klein stuff was laid out. All of the Anthony Schatz stuff, all of the Dropbox stuff, right? All of that was gone into early in this deposition. None of that was the truth for Jerry Holman. Okay? In this episode, we covered all of the Frank's memorandum stuff. None of that was the truth for Jerry Holman. The truth. Richard Allen, lone wolf killer, on the bridge. Also, Sarah Carbaugh. Does it make sense? For all of you who've invested yourselves in this, even the new people, even if you think Richard Allen was guilty, let me ask you, does any of this make sense? Does it make sense that he would eliminate the possibility of these individuals who he had not heard of and all of the information that he was unaware of being confronted with that he would deny that even if others were involved, it wasn't these guys? Why would he do that? You guys do me a favor. When I'm not here, go back and watch all 4 episodes. I think this deposition is one of the most concerning things. If you're going to watch anything, watch this series of this deposition and then go watch the Keegan Kline interview, which I covered. Let me see what I called that thing. The Devil Knows or something like that. About a month ago, I did a show, Keegan Kline, called The Devil Knows, where I read his interview. You go read Keegan Kline's interview, or you go listen to me read it. The Devil Knows. You watch all 4 of these episodes from Holman's deposition. Do that when I'm not here and you're bored. Leave comments down below. I think single-handedly, those 5 episodes answer a lot of the questions, most of the questions. Give a great perspective on where we're likely at. Because think of it. What if Ron Logan is sort of the axis that's the center point around all of this? What do I mean by that? I mean all the guys who frequented Ron Logan's. Yeah, I mean the pig roast or the party in the cemetery, which was really the party at Ron Logan's that he forced to go to the cemetery to get off his land so he could bag everything up, throw it away, and bring it to the dump to get rid of the evidence of the gathering at his house before these murders. So think about it. If Holder and Westfall and Elvis and that crew frequented Logan's, were known to Logan, and if Keegan Kline was known to Logan, which we know he was, and we know they were, when you look at it from all of these angles, it puts Ron Logan as the center point, the axis around which all of this rotates. Well, makes sense, doesn't it? Those bodies were dumped or found on his property. The center of gravity, Ron Logan's backyard. Please do me some favors, a number of favors. First, visit my support pathways. You'll find it in my link tree or in the channel description. Send me a Cash App, Coffee for Prof, or buy me a coffee or anything. Go subscribe over at Substack if you want to read some things that I'm going to be publishing. And go over to Rotting Jules and subscribe to her channel. I don't know if someone will put her link in the chat. There are very few people talking about the relevant things that matter. The big picture. Go subscribe over to her channel. Go subscribe to Oh Hey Christina. Someone may put her channel down, but Rotting Jules, Oh Hey Christina, In Light in the Dark. Those three channels, my friends, I'd appreciate if you go subscribe over at their channels if you're not already, okay? So Rotting Jules, Oh Hey Christina, In Light in the Dark. And leave me a comment down below. I'd appreciate it. But God bless you all. This was a very long one, and I just wanted to get through that in its entirety, so we're done with it. Like I said, I got another one or two that I'd like to cover. Anyhow, well, God bless you all, and I'll see you again. Thanks for being here.
Only need good vibes, good vibes, good vibes, good vibes. Only need good vibes, good vibes, good vibes, good vibes. Only need good vibes. Can't lie. Good vibes, good vibes, good vibes, good vibes. Been waiting so patient, I'm going places, can't fake it. My heart is so cold, my energy is contagious. All the pain, I can't take it. I'm staying grounded and graceful, cause I know everything that I've been through only made me count my blessings daily. Yeah, they've been acting shady, but I don't take it personal. The memories fading, I'm enjoying the moment. I've been smelling the roses, taking time to reflect, stepping back, the truth unfolding, unfolding. Got nothing to prove, cause I'm about to blow. I've been in the booth, speaking through my soul. You know that I'm true, either way it go, way it go. Either way it goes, I cannot turn close, staying on the low. I've been protecting my soul. If your intentions are not pure, I can't let you get too close, cause I'm vibrating high. Ain't got time for your ego, these niggas quit to turn it back. Acting like the amigos, they never cared in the shows. Wasn't with you at your lows, assuming that you gonna fold. But baby, I've been growing ever since I let you go, and I've been doing better, and I know that hurts to know. Hurts to know. Only good vibes around me, and that's for sure. Only good vibes, good vibes, good vibes, good vibes. Only need good vibes, good vibes, good vibes, good vibes. Only need good vibes. Can't lie. Only need good vibes, good vibes, good vibes, good vibes. You see me searching for my inner peace. I've been learning more about myself and my purpose. Truth always comes to the surface. Was hurting, but I had to heal. Releasing all the pain that I always held. Been going through some changes, I'll make it still. Protecting my soul to keep it real. Only need good vibes, good vibes, good vibes, good vibes. Only need good vibes, good vibes.